All right, welcome back. It's day 25. As per usual, keeping the streak alive. Once again, Maku desu. Konnichiwa. Yokoso. So, let's go through our early routine. Do some total recall today. Yesterday. Yesterday we largely had review. Do I have anything new? Oh. Instead of thinking about that, let's think about the things we can total recall instead. Let's try to write some of these things out, right? Oh. Which one did it use? Okay, so I have a few katakana terms. Oh no. I think it used how do I even Dang, I need to look. It's gonna bug me. And then do our these. Okay. Fair enough. So I don't know which order it is. We'll do it this way. Nah, man. Nah. That's not gonna happen. Okay, let's try it this way. At least we'll get in some writing. So I can only think of I can only sound it out, right? So let's try to sound it out instead. Down or the other? Probably down. So we have ja, a, to. Yeah. Jaqueto. That might not be it might be like the other symbol. I have to look at that again. This is probably how do you notate that? In oh, we just add, I see. So perhaps this is a tiny one. Whoops. Wrong stroke order. Whoops. It's is it this way? So mise, right? That's something that comes up right away. Let's say it's so tiny. Things like yeah. Yeah, we really need to practice writing these in kana. I've been pushing that off for quite some time. About wachotto, right? Article. Just yeah, and have a lot of sonos. I'm also blanking on ko right now as well. Yeah. Yasui. Have might be tekai. These pairs, Yasui and Tekai. Oh, I feel like no. That's fine. That's fine. I just thought of something that happened a lot. Oh, I see it. And I lost it. Itera. Yep, Itera. Which is basically cost, but how much, right? And then what else was used very frequently yesterday? There's a lot of combination of yeah. This is kind of alarming. I'm gonna say this is kind of alarming. But we're getting really close to the review, like our manual review. So we'll do quite a lot of writing again. Another helpful thing we can do, maybe it can boost my recall here, is maybe we can use the abstraction by looking at some of the hiragana. An alternative thing I could do is I could look at the hiragana and see if I can create something out of it, or it sparks something. I mean, we still have what we did with the kanji, so ooki and chisai. Can do gu, right? Gu. Already did our ya. Yasui. Yeah, I haven't wrote da in a while. Da, which is the character that I forgot. Oh, nope. That's not what I was thinking of. I think it's Itara. Itera. It could be Ta, now that I think about it. We'll see. Anything else? E? Do we have anything that has key in it? Oh. A. Oh. Kanji, but try this. It's man. So Atara, right? Atara, and then Shi and E. Atarashi. That was used quite a lot. In opposite Furui. Ooh. E, right? And then Furui. Okay, let's see. All right. Oh wait. Oh no, Furui is my bad. This is probably Atera. Had some costs because Itera. Oh no, Ikura. It's not Te, it's Ikura. Got it. It's Ikura. Trying to put all the things together again. Yeah. And then since we have Ikura, we also have sen. Oh, we can't get to sen yet. But we certainly can get... Oh, I think there's actually... Yeah. Yaku. Sen. I skipped kanji. I guess I need 2 or 3 days to remember that. Nope. We'll just hold off on sen. And of course, n. Oh, I remember now. Oops, that's a little steep. Yeah. Sen. Sen. Yeah. Sen. Sen. Really got to push this a little bit harder. My total recall is totally falling behind. Let's see if I have any other inspirations as I look. Every time I see I think of Bengoshi. Okay. Nah. Do I have anything that's nah? Nah. When I think of he in our recent review, I think of hyaku in 100. Yeah, kono. Just a bunch of... I'm basically avoiding all the recalls of the previous units, like ocha. I guess there's golcha. Right. Oh. Who? Don't know about that one. I'm pretty sure there's an u. Kocha. Kocha. It could be this kocha, but we'll keep that in mind. Look for it next. This comes up very rarely. It's just too many things at the moment. A D. Do we have anything with a D? Alright, let's start thinking in English. So, we have big, small. Let's use our group recall now. And then old, new, covered, cheap, expensive. Yep. Roger Dodger. Oki, chisai, furui, atarashi, yasui, and dekai, right? Oh. Then we have black. Right. Korui, koru, koroi, koroi, and then just contrast it with white, which is shirui, shiroi. I guess we can contrast red and blue, but these are from, we're using blue. Blue is aoi, and then we're gonna contrast it with red, which is akai. Yeah, now we're going to the easy method, the method that I'm doing by first thinking about the English and then just going to the Japanese. The stuff that I was doing the last 10 minutes was trying to think of the kana before thinking about the English. And it's still a work in progress, for sure. Lots more to think about before getting to the English. Hey, Blue. Yeah, 25 days. You've come at my early session, so I always start off the day trying to go from a complex recall method to a lower complex recall method. So now I'm done trying to brainstorm, thinking only in Japanese. So now we're going over some of the stuff that are recurring using my English clustering. So we have big, small, old, new, cheap, expensive, black, white, red, blue, very classic, and antonym design for English speakers to form associations right away. And then, of course, then you can convert these to Japanese instead of the other way around. Luckily, though, I recalled this using Japanese only. I totally forgot about this, so in Japanese only. Let's see about other stuff. I started with trying the articles of clothing, but jaquetto and probably like, so jacket, skirt, wallet. Wallet's not an article of clothing, but they're associated by group using my English, of course. This is a super classic design. It's generally, if you had a 13 or 14-year-old who is like a sponge, you would use associations like this. You would cluster. So it is one of the things that I do. I am going to go over once I review section 1. Section 1 has a lot of iconic, some might even say, you know, to a incredibly developed adult specialist linguist would say this is probably archaic, but I like to use a different word. This is for young learners. And what I mean by exceptionally young learners, I mean this is very effective if these methods are tried, time-tested methods for people who do not have to rely on context clues and higher learning, and that's usually when you're a kid. So it's kind of fun doing it. Yo, genki desu ka? Daijoubu desu. So I found that yo apparently is less cringe-inducing than konnichiwa, right? So we're just gonna use yo from now on. That's about it. Yeah, it's legit. Like, I keep getting yelled at by YouTube algorithm to say stop saying konnichiwa to someone you've met multiple times, like someone you know now, right? And I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'll go back and forth between konnichiwa and yo. There are others, but there's some like gender separation between them, so I'm not gonna go into that. So we're just gonna stick with yo. Yeah, yo. I'm okay with that. I'm totally okay with that. You know, lots of passive learning, immersive. Like, I have to make this disclaimer. I really do have to make this disclaimer. Yes, I say I'm learning Duolingo. I'm learning Duolingo. learning Japanese from Duolingo, but I'm really evaluating Duolingo. Basically, I want to talk about not necessarily just the efficacy of the way they approach, but just the different techniques in learning that they deploy. And really learning the Japanese part, learning what the deployment of the method lacks. I'm actually doing that outside of Duolingo already. Like, I have already been doing that even before starting to learn Japanese. So things like, I'm interested. So we'll review all this after section 1. So I know I want to highlight the things that maybe it lacks or it has, and then what I'm doing in the background to complement this. So one of the big compliments, just as a teaser, is always asking myself, how can I use this vocabulary? Because in this section, there are no grammar points. So how can I use this vocabulary? And that's generally how I'm thinking to myself. And you might be thinking, well, if the vocabulary is not relevant, how do I remember it? Well, you remember it as it's useless. And I know how that sounds. Most people would say a waste of time, you usually forget it. But if you attach an emotion to it, you can actually, you would likely find it very hard to forget things you feel negative about. So think about vocabulary that you wouldn't ever use. A lot of times those are points that remind you, like, who would ever use jacket if you don't own a jacket? It's like, well, coincidentally, I actually don't own a jacket. So whenever I ask myself, how can I use this vocab? Well, I can't use jacket. I don't own a jacket. Skirt? Like, what the heck? I don't own anything that qualifies as a skirt. Yeah, I have a hoodie. Exactly, Indy. So I have a hoodie. So what I do is you ask yourself, well, I don't have a jacket, but I have a hoodie. And then what I do in the background is, how can I say hoodie? You know, how can I get hoodie in jacket? I haven't looked it up yet, but that's my first thought, that I usually wear a hoodie. So my closest thing is what you're associating now is when you remember jacket, you'll remember hoodie instead. And you won't necessarily forget jacket because it's associated now. So that's what I'm doing in the background. It's something Duolingo does not do, but I don't think linguists and programs do that in the first place. It's called this is called creative construction, right? Creative construction is what I would call it, because you're constructing an idea from something else. And when you construct that idea, you're making sentences, you're making vocab. So you're initiating that process that these apps cannot do to you. They can't force you to creatively. There are other clever ways, like talking to an AI, right? Which we'll do in the future, trust me. And then force you to put words together. Even if you don't understand sentence structure, you would at least ask yourself in section 1, with no grammar points, what words would you use? And that is a pattern that I feel most expert linguists and like polyglot would encourage, where how can you use the vocab? When you learn something, you have to think about how you would use it, how useful it is to you. Without grammar points, try to collect all the words you would use frequently. Yokoso. I swear, every time I say yosoko, it drives me insane, but now it's just yokoso, right? So because I use it a lot. I think about it, and then when someone says hi, I think of the word that I should say yokoso. Unless that's wrong. Then that's a different story. But yokoso, right? So there are ways that I'm in the background just churning in my head, and I'm not going to turn those things off. Like I'm not deliberately turning them off. So that's kind of the idea. So like I'm still looking for green, right? Green is coming up. Hey, thanks, Cream Cakes. So green is coming up. I'm sure green is coming up. But for now, I can only express red, blue, and I'm okay with black and white. So I use shiroi, and koroi. I'm going to use those, so no problems. So what I'm gonna attach is, well, I have these colors that I use very often so far. Might as well attach red and blue to them because I'm not gonna start to think aoi and akai before I think black and white. So might as well shelve aoi and akai with black and white. So when I think of a color, I first think of black and white, and then it'll give me red and blue. That's kind of the idea. So you're trying to shelve the ones that you don't use, but attach it to the ones that you do use mentally, somehow, in a story, whichever you can do. Yeah, I already stopped reviewing this stuff. Let's throw in a few others. Yesterday was complete review. We're trying to get to the end of section 8, and we know that Duolingo is incredibly repetitious. And I like the repetitious nature because I get to speak it. I get to constantly hear it and speak it, not for memory tricks. Vocabulary, that's... I remember things. That's all I can say about that. Memory techniques is like something that people covet a lot, and memory techniques are the things that I practice a lot, so I'm getting diminished returns on using memory techniques. But speaking, speaking is a whole different story. It's one of those things like, I know what a G sharp sounds like, but when it comes out of my mouth, it's not a G sharp. You know, that kind of thing. I know what pitch I'm going for, and then your mouth just says, I ain't having it. Anyways, yeah, this is a good place. We're warmed up. We're warmed up. Okay. I'm looking forward to review. So I do things. We're gonna do review as in psychological and mindset and learning review at the end of each section. So we have to get to the end of this section. Yeah, so we will get to the end of this section. And also, by the way, this animation is absolutely heckin' adorable. It tells a story. Like, look at this story. Heckin' story. I love people who min-max. Like, kudos to the animators. And we have to remember that as much as... Oh, man. Every evening or in the beginning, I would watch 2 or 3 critics of Duolingo so that I can like soak in all the counterpoints, right? So that I would be prepared with something to say about the counterpoints. I legitimately prepare, so I don't want to give the people impression that I'm quick on my feet. I do a lot of background research when it comes to counter arguments and arguments for criticism. So when I take in stuff, one of the things that I feel it makes me really sad to some extent, or more like disappointed, is that when critics have a focus, they generalize and lump different people together, right? The animators and the UI artists, right? UI designers get flack, in my opinion, unnecessary flack for being useless. But if you have an animator look at what they're achieving with so little, and industry standards, that obviously these critics are language critics, so it's not relevant to them. So any like all this extra noise, they would immediately write it off as noise. Like, that's fair. That's fair if your audience only cares about that. But what they do is they diminish the work of other people. that are not relevant to them. Actively diminish, not the sense of, okay, I'm sorry, the animation and UI are a separate thing, I won't make a comment about it. Kudos to them. Hopefully they continue to do the work they like to do. Instead, it's more like, dude, just fire the animators. Just fire the sound effects artists and the UI design. It's useless. Save some money, fire them, and then focus on the real task at hand. That is the impression and vibe I get from a cutthroat commentary in the last 3 or 4 commentators that I've read. And I'm specifically null hypothesis testing. So that means that if I believe there is merit to things, I need to test if it does not have merit. So I'm actively seeking counter arguments, right? And how strong they are. Sure enough, they're pretty compelling. I did find a couple that were quite nice. The downside is it comes with ad hominem arguments. It's like there are some wonderful points and counter arguments in a large list of criticism. So ultimately, I would say the vast majority of it is like some 70% opinion op-ed, and it preys on deterrence a lot of times. And of course, content creators do use fear, right, to drive views, whether they think they are not or not. So whether they think they do or not, the only natural way I clicked on it is because they're using strong language of deterrence. And that's fine. We'll talk about it another day. Anyways, I absolutely love this animation. There are lots of words that are in early lessons that can be used later to make better sentences than Duolingo gives. Yeah, exactly. But here's the what I like about that is that if you can see that, so you can see that, and that's amazing. Think about playing a video game, right? When you play a video game, you get your pansy rookie sword. And then you realize, hey, now I've used the sword so much, the sword is lacking something. I'm using my observational skills to say, this sword sucks. This sword sucks. Maybe I should seek a better sword. And then a better sword comes along and you're like, ah, man, this is great. But what I do most of the time is I play it again and then go back to the old sword and see how I can mess around and create stories out of it and see my journey happen. So I don't really discard the sword. I discard the sword literally, but I would keep it figuratively to understand where I came from. Do you think Duolingo should use old words in later lessons once you... I would, yes. I would encourage them to creatively express it. But I don't know how that translates to Japanese. In English, as someone that if I were teaching English, I would associate all this stuff. So like if I asked them, like as a younger person, I would say, hey, sword. Can you say sword in another way? So I don't know if this is transferable to Japanese. I can only talk in English because English is what I would offer advice on. How to get someone to sound a little bit more compelling or work on their public speech, make using English fun. So what's another way to say sword? You could say a blade. You can go into nuances and specify what type of bladed weapon that isn't necessarily a sword, like a scimitar, right? Or even go fancy and say saber with an RE. right? Well, let's provide more context. Context. How about pirates? Well, pirates? You can still go with like a saber thing. Or I don't even see, now you're getting into discovery territory, right? There are blades with guarded pommels. Right? With guarded pommels. What are those things? And then now I'm introducing pommel. Well, what kind of pommel do you like? And I'm not talking about the hilt, which is what a common misconception for the pommel, right? And I didn't know these things. I'm gonna tell you, it all started with sword in a JRPG, ironically. And how you get scimitar, saber. Well, if you play an RPG, you have a lot of permutations of a bladed weapon, right? So that's kind of how I would do it. And then every time it happens, you're associating all of these. So I would. So are you saying, indie, that they don't actually use older words? I mean, they the only sign of this that I've seen so far is just the practice, right? When you do practices for your hearts back, it's still in the context of the old lessons, but now you have the mastery of the newer lessons. So when you have grammar, you can review old vocabularies and force yourself or creatively interchange them. And that's something Duolingo doesn't do right now, right? So we are in agreement. I'm in agreement with all the objective observations of all the critics. However, I am not going out to say don't use this product. That's why I have a beef, I guess. Maybe if there's a beef, if there's any beef, is just this phrase, don't use this product. Like, there are better products, replace it. And I'm like, okay, well, I prefer, like the way I learn, to take all of it. So no, it's never a waste of time. And I can use whatever products. It's one of those things, I prefer to give someone anything and they can turn it into gold. I like to focus on that achievement, encourage someone to change things to their liking, bend things to their liking, actively develop their ideal product from anywhere, not to be provided with it. It's ironic because the linguist says a natural way of learning is to be creative or constructive. And I absolutely agree with this. Actually, it's incredible. That's what I'm doing now, just constructively, creatively creating association. However, their bias is that they're looking at their own method personally. And that's great. I mean, it's probably very efficient, well done, backed by many, many years of experience. Well, we always enter the part of it depends territory, and my goal is to find as little conditional conditions for entry. So if someone likes Duolingo, I like to think that the strategies that I'm focusing on turns Duolingo into something that works for them. Not does Duolingo work for you, but using Duolingo, you make it work. So I'm all about making it work. Making it work. And that's not efficient. Trust me, it's not efficient. But it does practice a lot of skills that the internet hustle culture does not. When you're in the internet hustle culture, you're being told what is good and bad. It's no different, in my opinion. When a linguist does a criticism and prescribes something to you, it's no different than using an app and having the app prescribed to you. In my opinion, very, very hot take. That's a very hot, spicy hot take. But if you're taking advice and that's what you're following without making it or changing it or altering it, you're not actively learning how to make things work. And that's problem solving, critical thinking. As much as an expert prescribes things, it's wonderful if you can take that and elevate it. So that's kind of the thing. Yes, and we're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about everything that section 1 doesn't do and everything that it does do and what I did to compensate for it for the time being. I use all the things that Duolingo lacks to encourage me to replace it. And then I use all the things that Duolingo does do and continue using Duolingo for the things that it does do. Not, it doesn't do this, so find a new product. So in my opinion, naturalists and specialists, when they're thinking about natural, they're looking for the perfect tool, which is it's admirable, or developing the perfect tool. It's not my cup of tea. I'm not looking for gold. I'm making gold. And making gold sounds naive too. I think the better analogy here is I'm looking for the diamond in the rough thing. You polish something into a diamond. You don't look for a diamond. That's kind of the idea. So I'm constructively creating the learning process for myself, not having someone provide it for me. And I've already encountered some people who solve problems that way. They don't, but at the same time, they do say like, oh, experts said this. So it's a little bit with a grain of salt. Like the last person said they solved their problem, they found a solution, but the first comment they made was, oh, experts said this and stuff. So the experts probably guided that bias to some extent. And that's perfectly fine. It's a starting point for everything. My starting point is I do it. I see what it offers. I take. And I add. As I grow older, it's going to be easier and easier to add. Because I have a lot of things to add. So if you want to encourage a person to improve their product or change their product, you add. You don't subtract. And it's ironic because most of the experts, instead, they divert. Or I guess another word would be to defer. Defer to something else. Defer to another method. It's constantly deferring. It's astonishingly how big chunk of the percentage is talking about putting down a product and suggesting or complementing the product. It's weird. I mean, like when you learn I want to eat, you use words that you already use and not just the vocabulary they give you. True, yes. Right? What are examples? Gohan. Oh wait, no, not Gohan. Ringo? Wait. Is sushi Ringo we didn't get, but that's apple, right? Yeah, and then tamago is egg, yeah. The only reason I know Ringo is someone goes by Ringo. There's a channel that I passively listen to that goes by Ringo. So that's how I remember Ringo. Or saw that the downside is I don't know if you found this weird, but the font for Ri looks like this a lot of times. Like the new font for Ri as opposed to like this. It's kind of, do you know what I mean? Like let me examine. And it takes me a while to relearn this. Where is it? Oh, it's not on here. Oh yeah, here it is. Sorry, I drew the in the wrong way actually. Kinda, I don't even know what it looked like before. Actually, I don't even know what the old D looks like. It's kind of like this, right? Like this one's shorter. Yeah, a D kind of looked like this. Yeah. And then now it looks like this. And this has been, what, a couple days? A week now? Yeah, a week now? Now it looks like this. So I'm still getting used to the Ringo. Sometimes I don't know what to make of it, but yeah. And I've gotten used to drawing it like that now, so seeing it the other way trips me up. Yeah, that's what you have. So you're saying there are a lot of like vocab you would use that you want to eat. Use words that you already use and not So in my opinion, that's gonna naturally happen. Some people say, well, you could just mix them up more frequently and constantly. Like, yes and no. When you have all of that, it slows down the pace even further, right? And there's already a complaint about how slow Duolingo. And this is the irony here. One of the major criticisms of Duolingo is that when you learn something, it gives you the feeling of you're finished with it. So you don't go back. Right? That was one of the criticisms. And then the other one is the pace is too slow. Right? And then the other one is better ways. These are criticisms outside of Duolingo. So what they're saying is Duolingo should not do these things, right? Well, first of all, if it does go back, let's do null hypothesis testing. If it goes back, what happens to the pace? It slows down. Okay. What if null hypothesis test? What if we go faster? Well, it doesn't go back. And better ways. What is better ways? This is substitution. It's not addition. So, all right, if you think it should focus on better ways to say things, well, then it doesn't go back. It might speed things up. But if you're using substitution as a method, it actually slows you down first. You know why it slows you down? It's because you have to establish new habits. Actually, it's more like re-establish. So if you can ride a bike and you say, let's not ride bikes, driving cars are more efficient, then you drop the bike, right? And you go and drive a car. But in this case, the two activities are so related. So now think about running and jogging. All right. I know those are the same thing. We'll say like jogging fast and jogging slow. Okay. Like those are actually two different disciplines, right? Speed running versus cadence running. So if you think that speed running has become more efficient, then you have to reestablish a habit of speed running rather than cadence running. And what does that do initially? It slows you down because you have to reestablish the habits. For my take, both. Do both 50-50 or something, I don't know, arbitrarily. And I prefer to just not have one method and two methods. But what this does is you don't get 100% competence in either. You're not a 100% cadence runner and you're not a 100% speed runner. You're mildly in both. So I build on top of what I already have as opposed to deconstruct and then reestablish. Yeah, so all these are related. The irony here is it's easy to see everything it doesn't do as a list. However, when I think about how to interpret this, right? And I'm seeing all these videos that do this list form, but they don't necessarily tell me the bigger picture. How are they related to each other? So it's kind of one of those things like I want to learn fast, but I also want high volume. When you have high volume, this slows down. Like, volume goes up, speed goes down. There are relationships that aren't explored here. And as people that are experts in certain things, well, let's just say this is more of a discipline of empirical science. Right. And that's fair enough. When I see people list the things they want Duolingo to do, the answer is, in my opinion, you really can't have the cake, like literally have the cake and also eat it. Right? Can't have the cake and eat it. Sorry, folks. If we're really talking about natural and real hot takes, I suppose. Well, the thing is, there are things that are inversely proportional to each other and inversely associated with each other. So find your way of balancing those. And for me, I like going back to the old things. I like going back and forth. And it slows me down quite dramatically. So, is Duolingo slowing me down? No, it really isn't. You can definitely go super fast through Duolingo. I'm slowing down because I'm actually doing a lot of things that Duolingo doesn't do for me, which is why it's interesting. When I play a video game, I make mental note of what it lacks in order to learn from it, right? If I were to create a product, I need to evaluate this way, not the way where my way is better. Don't do something other people do instead of learning from the product and then adding on top of the product. Ironically, that's kind of a Japanese thing to do, where you take things that work and make them better. Iterative design is the hallmark of Japanese consistency when it comes to development. Anyways, let's try to get through this stuff, right? Hey, Xena. Hello. Hello, Xena from YouTube. How are you? It's been a while. Genki desu ka? It's kind of, every time I think of Genki now, I think of the product. The book product that everyone keeps deferring and referring. What's new? I don't know. We're almost done. We're almost done with Unit 1. And then we're gonna go into, I'm gonna pull up my art program and we're gonna start writing some deep cuts. So we're gonna start our lesson now. Cute little duo. Alright, so today, maybe I'll just speak selectively today. Okay, so Tanaka-san no kaban wa ii desu ne. Tanaka さんは
はのカバン
Oh,
カバン
stop.
はいいですと
Yes.
ね
Sorry. Whenever I accidentally like tap onto a different block and it creates like a nonsensical thing, it's kind of funny.
ね
Desto. I think that's a good way to have fun with the synthetic voices.
高い帽子はちょっと。
Wait, Boshi? Boshi.
このネクタイは200円ですか？
Right when I hit check, I thought to myself, wait, I need to check for articles, but that was okay. I didn't get penalized for articles. Like the moment, every time I hit check, I have this apprehension, this hesitation, like, did I forget an article? When I'm translating in English. Like, oh, sooner or later, I'm pretty sure I'm going to forget an article again.
このネクタイは200円ですか？このネクタイは
Wait, did it say
このネクタイは200円ですか？
okay, ni yaku
円ですか？
What are you doing, Xena? What's new at your end?
この傘もダサいです。
すみません、これは100円ですか？すみません。すみません、これは100円ですか？これは100円ですか？すみません、これは100円ですか？
この傘も古いです。
Okay. Save my voice today.
花さんの傘は新しいですね。
Okay.
花さんは
Wait a minute.
花さんの傘は新しいですね。はの傘は新しいですね。花さんの傘は新しいですね。
Okay.
あの安い店はいいですね。
Okay. Wait. Sorry, just saying this in English is kind of weird. That cheap store is nice, isn't it? I'm like, wait a minute, why does this sound so awkward? It's just awkward because of the English, but that's fine. Oh, right. They want it, yeah, they don't want it to be a prepositional phrase.
ケンさんの新しいネクタイが欲しいです。
Oops.
ケンさんの新しいネクタイが欲しいです。ケンさんの
I heard, 新しい
新しい ネ
Necktie.
クタイが欲しいです。ケンさんの新しいネクタイが欲しいです。
Alright. And we'll talk. I'll try to speak out for blanketed for all the English ones. So, 財布、1,000 yen ですか? Right. I think that's fine. 財布
財布
は1? Oh, we don't say ichi. That's right. We don't say ichi when it's 1. It's just 1000 yen ですか?
円
Oops.
円
Wow.
円
Never mind.
円
I clicked on this and it didn't sound right, but
Yeah.
it's just because the accent is different.
円ですか
Dang.
円
I don't specify 1 until you get to on. Oh, okay. Got it. So this is English again, right? So, すみません。これは1000 yen ですか? 1000 yen ですか? So, すみません。これは1000 yen ですか?
すみません。これは
Oh, wait, 100. Sorry, 100 and I was still stuck on the 1000. My bad. I had to reread it again. すみません。これは100 yen. Sorry, 100 yen ですか? Sorry for baiting everyone.
円ですか
I generally double check before as I'm double checking before I hit check, I will read it again. Honestly, this part is probably a little weak at this point for the moment. Okay. And I also omit colors a lot and modifiers, so I gotta make sure I don't forget adverbs. So Ken-san no, right? Ken-san no atarashi saifu wa ii desu ne, right? So things are getting a little bit easier now that I can choose when to pause and when to go faster. So you got to remind yourself that if you're making progress or not, because sometimes one of the other criticisms of Duolingo and video games in general is when you have cumulative metrics. When metrics are cumulative, they might not necessarily demonstrate improved proficiency, right? So that's always a thing to keep in the back of your head when you're doing cumulative. That's kind of one of the rabbit holes of live service, and this is considered a live service model because it's built around subscription, right? So got to keep that in mind. But obviously I'm having no trouble distinguishing about how difficult this was before. So now I can partition all the sentences and I can deliberately pause where I want to. So Genten no, right? Genten no atarashi saifu wa ii desu ne, right? So that's kind of nice being able to be. I still remember 4 days ago. 4 days ago was that was a lot of poopy pants. Anyways, Ken san no, and then atarashi saifu.
財布
I do need to write though. My kana is so neglected. Saifu wa ii desu ne. My speaking has dropped, has left my writing in the dust. It's due to my own negligence, but it's fine. We'll get it up to speed at some point.
あの安い店はいいですね。
Previous mistake. What did I do here? I heard I chose to put the prepositional phrase at the very end. Right. So that cheap store over there is nice, isn't it? Okay. And then we're just gonna keep going. We don't really need to do kanji at the moment. No kanji. I know. I really love doing kanji though. I like drawing in general. Like drawing and writing. I like the idea of using. I've been using my pen to tap and select. It's not actually my mouse. I've been holding my pen for quite some time. Well, just to get used to holding a writing device. Okay. Sumimasen. Coffee kudasai. Right? Sumimasen. Coffee. Oh, sorry. Coffee. Oh. Kudasai. This is the O way. The O way of order. It's, when we were Indy, you were talking about newer ways, right? This would be the way, even though in the beginning it was implied that you're just saying random things and you're saying please and thank you, right? Like mizu to gohan kudasai without the O, right? As though implying you're ordering, but generally putting the O is quote unquote a substitute. Yep, this lesson does make sense when you have the earlier lesson. Yep, exactly. So it's up to the user to understand that, if you know what I mean, right? So do you start somewhere? Do you start with O? I mean, they could have started with O. For an adult, I would say probably start with the O, so that the adult doesn't feel like they're making bad habits or something, habits that they want to replace. For me, I could see why they did it. You're juggling less. It's slowing down the pace, right? You're juggling less. If they added O, they would have to explain it. You used to start like this with the O. Oh, that's interesting. I see. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. So it's a personal taste. You've learned stuff like gohan o kudasai. Or no, oh, you learn gohan o tabemasu right away? Really? Dang, so they really slowed it down. Gohan o tabemasu as a beginning? It used to do I eat rice and sushi. I see. Right away as a fragment. Or not necessarily a fragment, actually it works because then you would have to understand predicates. How predicates work. Right away. I drink tea and water. I mean, that will do it. I can see why the new path would turn people off. Then right into I do not drink I do not drink green tea and water. So they did the negation right away. Yeah, that's really fast. What I can probably say about this is so you learn hoshi, hosu, and osen. Okay, then right after you learn osen deshita. Osen deshita. Interesting. So that's, yeah, like I haven't even learned that yet. That's kind of funny. It's you're already illustrating exactly the criticism, which was defined by I will and I will not. I see. So I did not. Okay. Yeah, interesting. So they really did change it up quite a bit. I was told, or at least I am told by YouTube algorithm and all the experts, that the new path sucks. I legit, these are the words that come out of experts' mouth. Or I'm gonna put in quotations, experts. Well, what you're telling me immediately from my perspective as a hot take is it's different. It's a different approach. Yeah, it's a different approach, and I get it. If you did learn from the approach that they had that's slamming a lot of things. And I kind of like that. I do like being overwhelmed in the beginning. I enjoy being overwhelmed. I did feel the beginning was pretty small steps. But my complete thought was, honestly, I shouldn't use myself as a way, because I'm quite a bit of masochistic when it comes to how much volume I want to juggle. So it's all right. Kind of tough call. There wasn't katakana until America, Nihon. Oh, until the chapter with where people are from and describing people, and they started with that. I see. And Chugaku? Oh, right. They added China as well. Chugaku. Yeah. I only know Chugoku. Sorry, Chugoku. When someone mentioned, you and others mentioned that it had China in there at first. And then because I know Gaku, I also know a Kangaku, which is Korea, South Korea specifically. And you only learn like America and Deutsche, right? Deuter. No, that's not it. Beru. Wait, which one's that? Wait. Wait. Oh, ta. Sorry, ta. Taberu. What is taberu? Oh, no. Taberu. A table? Okay. Taberu. I see. I was thinking something else. Okay. So you learn table too? What? Alright. It's alright, Indy. Wait, so you learned, how long ago was this? I read that the path changed in 2023. Then you go learning into Nihon. Oh, right. You told me what the other kanji were. Nihon Jin? No. Nihongo? I don't remember the two kanjis. Between Nihon and des. Then Naka something, and then the two kanjis. I know you told me this before, but I haven't used it. You didn't learn. I don't know what that is. Yeah, you are correct. I most definitely did not learn that. All right, well, let's keep plowing. Let's keep moving forward, I suppose. There are clearly a lot of things I haven't learned. And this might be interesting to you, right, Indy? Then that means you're seeing how I'm learning on the new path because you cannot unlearn what you have already learned using the old path. What did you find really interesting then, since you've been here for quite some time? Yeah, like what do you find most interesting? Like one of the things that constantly show up. What's the most frequent difference that you notice between my path, which is the post 2023 path? How much katakana is in the new path? Oh, interesting. Yesterday or 2 days ago, it literally forced you, or not really forced you, but it strongly indicated to you that you needed all the katakana. How many fragments you learned in the beginning, I see. So, すみません。
すみません。
コーヒーを
を
ください。
ください。
うどんはいくらですか？
うどんはいくらって。うどんはいくらですか？
うどんはいくらですか？うどんはいくらですか？
Oh. I was listening for something else.
うどんはいくら
ですか？
ですか？
How much is the udon? すみません。うどんをください。Okay. Where?
すみません。うどんをください。
そのレストランは高いですか？
This is the second time I've ever heard restaurant when since they introduced it.
そのレストランは高いですか？そのレストランはそのレストランは高いですか？高いですか？
This restaurant is expensive. Is this restaurant expensive? I never learned ga ko gakkou ni ima ikimasu. Ikimasu? Oh yeah. Wait. Why am I getting confused? Oh, ikimasu. Okay. Or kai ga ni imasu. Oh, I guess you're talking about like the negative tenses, right? Or something. Maybe the negative tenses. The two different types of negative tenses. At least that's all I can think of at the moment. I don't know what they are, but interesting. So I'm curious when I'm gonna learn them. Nah, that means, oh, you go to school? What the heck is school? Or go to work? Which one's school? Wait. Is it Iki? Is Iki school? Then they tied that into routines. Oh, it's the first thing. Oh. Oh. Okay. Aisha. Aisha is work. Gakko. School. Okay. Would I say that? Oh yeah, it's been a while. I don't know if I would even say those things. Oh, go to work is pretty good though. Go to work would be excellent. Kaisha. Kaisha. Kaisha, sorry. Kaisha. I would get behind that. They did introduce office worker. Like professions. They did introduce professions. But going to work is kinda... I go to school at 9 o'clock. Okay. Kuji ni. School is in somewhere. And then the she, hey, and then that phrase. And then mas. Heiki. Heiki. Is heiki to go somewhere? So heiki. School. School kind of looks school. The kanji for school. Oh, hey. Okay, hey indicates movement towards. Oh, okay. I see. And then iki is the direction. Yeah, ikimasu. And then, yeah. So ikimasu to go. And hey is the particle to indicate towards something, which is towards school. I get it. So, kuji ni, which is the time specifier. Then school, which I've probably forgotten. Gakko, and then hey to indicate ikimasu. Got it. Where ikimasu is directing towards. Nice. I wonder when I'm gonna get that. I wonder where they shuffle those things to. This restaurant is cheap, isn't it? So, Kono restaurant. Wait, let me look at resu. So restaurant. Okay. So sono restaurant wa yasui desu ne.
このレストランは安いですね。
この天ぷらをください。
Then you take those lessons into learning breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Okay, which was more routine, so it's good. I see. Yeah, breakfast, lunch, and dinner was described as just food then. They really made it a lot more food-centric, huh? Everything started revolving around routine about eating at this point. And the only sideline when they did routines was hobbies, right? So to watch, to read, to watch, to reach, to listen, and to play was the only routines so far outside of eating. Everything was revolved around eating. So nothing out of the one touch. I can see why a little bit. So here's my counterpoint, Indy. There are very few ways. I guess they're trying to categorically do larger categories because expressing how you go to work is a good primer. I would say starting it off with just that one phrase is great. Reinforcing that phrase might be a little tough. I guess if you went to work, you would transition right into professions. Because in the scope of routine, one may not necessarily feel compelled to use the phrase go to work without going into going outside of work, right? What I mean is go into vocabulary that details work specifically. So instead, I imagine they decided, well, we start with food. So lots of the routine goes around food. And then what you would do from there, hobbies are a larger category than going to work. You could describe many things you do at work, like writing, drawing, walking, running, lifting, those kind of things would be a whole nother subset of activities, I suppose. Would you describe going to work more often than describe your hobbies and eating? Nowadays, for I guess the target audience that isn't, or I can see as an Asian person, sort of, don't quote me on this, but I would probably want to know how to describe going to work and going to school and doing my responsibilities, right? So lots of responsibilities. Ironically, it's not ironically, sorry. Coincidentally, I don't actually do those things and at the moment. So if I ask myself my magical question that I was talking about earlier, how do I use this phrase? I would not use going to work and going to school anymore. Like legitimately, that's probably my personal experience bias coming. It would be very difficult for me to find ways to say, I would need the phrase I used to work, or I would know, they would immediately have to go into tenses. They would have to go to conjugation, which I guess they'll introduce in section 2, where they would have to conjugate des into like the other forms, the other conjugations, the past tense conjugations, in order for work and school to be relevant to my conversation. However, if you're a younger person, school would be a really classic one, and if you're an older person who is not me, going to work would be very appropriate phrase to constantly use. The old path has a really nice flow to everything you learn, but you're right about it not being relevant to most people. Yeah. And not necessarily like relevant in the sense of I think in a way they will use those phrases for sure. I think now the path seems to emphasize volume, right? Volume of association. So how many hobbies are there versus how many variances of jobs there are. So if you wanted to proliferate hobbies versus jobs, you can choose one or the other. If you add both of them, then you just have a lot of volume, right? They did introduce a bunch of professions. Engineer, right? Engineer, isha, bengoshi, sensei, nurse, which I'm drawing a blank on, something gashi, something sorry, I forgot nurse. Kangoshi, right? Kangoshi. What other professions were there that were introduced? And then hobbies, right? Hobbies would be the other group that we had a lot of katakana for. Basketball, soccer. And then hobbies bled into the act of watching reading, because terebi, Nusu, those things are activities that can be associated with the routine, but it's a fork from hobbies. So yeah, I think it's very different. They clearly don't do what the other do. So this is a case of, in my opinion, my path looks quite different from your path. However, hopefully at some point the paths are like weaving across each other, right? It's not about a fork in a road and they never intersect again, but it's two paths that spend more time apart and then they intersect at very specific points, and those specific points are the ones that we're talking about now. It's interesting. It's very interesting. This was controversial. I'm pretty sure it was 2023, so very recently, and maybe early 2023 is when they revamp the paths, and it was like wildfire. At least that's the impression I was given. Seeing that this is my only experience, as a person who is interested in design, I probably do the whole thing over again just to see how it's done. If this was my job, right? If my job is to test it, I would do it again and try very hard not to use my point of reference from the first one. But that's so tough. Usually the way to go about it, that for a human being, is to just sample a lot of human beings who are untrained versus trained, right? Trained versus untrained, and then get the 3 separate groups. Trained groups, test the path again, and then untrained groups test the path to be compared to the first untrained group of the previous path, and then you would compare the feedback of all those. Unfortunately, like, most people don't have this type of resource, and you're running a business at the same time. It's not like some empirical academia science, something that was funded from just, you can dig into literature for that type of thing, I suppose. So much, that's so interesting. It's so different. I was expecting like just scoot something a little bit here and there, like a rearrangement, but still in its units. But that is fundamentally different. It's incredibly different. I actually like that they didn't put in negations early on, and it's actually kind of slightly weird when I hit something like dosai or wachoto, right? Wachoto right now is like, okay. Or janai desu was just thrown in there too. Like, wow, sudden negation. Yeah, the open had you forced into doing a whole section on hiragana and then katakana. Then you learned words. In this version, hiragana is recommended right off the bat, but they didn't gate you. So they told you, here's a hiragana section. Do 5 lessons in hiragana. So because they suggested 5 lessons in hiragana, I literally took that to heart. So I did hiragana, 5 lessons of hiragana every 2 units, or every 2 lessons, like group of lessons, every 2 sections, or I don't know what they're called. Every 2 like steps, I did hiragana. And then katakana came up just recently in units. I think it's this unit, actually. This unit is the one that they say do all the hiragana, like all the characters outside of your combos. Do all of them, but you can skip it if you want. Hiragana was optional. It was 5 lessons right from the start. It was like step 3. So we haven't met yet. We have not met yet. But hiragana was like step 3. So way at the top. And that's why I learned all my hiragana by like a week, because I was already reminded. And generally when someone reminds me, shows me something, I don't dump it right away. So if they want me to suggest a hiragana after 2 steps, I did hiragana every 2 steps until I covered all the hiragana and the dakuon. And because of that, I skipped ahead. I also continue forging into katakana, and that's probably when we met. I was somewhere in between hiragana and katakana. And now I'm not using them as often, so I need to stop doing that. Gotta go back, do the foundations, right? They didn't deny this for a long time either, because you were doing yeah, see, that's what I mean. Deny this instead of masen. Yeah, masen. Anyways, nice. We'll see where the masen comes from. The negation. Another form of negation. The only negation I have so far is janai desu, and wachoto. And by negation, I mean the meaning is negative. There are a few negative words thrown in, like dase, but those are just vocabulary. Like, it's not like a mechanical thing at the moment. So, kono tempura, right? Tempura o kudasai. Oh, I totally forgot. We learned to sort of pseudo count, like count units, and it's like different. It's hitotsu. Is it like hitotsu, futotsu, futatsu, tatsu? Mitsu, and yotsu. Yeah. I can see why they moved it because I've heard the feedback on it. Masen in Japanese doesn't just mean you don't do it. It means you absolutely don't do it. Like a vegetarian eating meat. Ah, that's the kind of situation you'll hear in Masen. Oh, so it's super aggressive. It's non-flexible aggressive. That's a very specific use case. Yeah, very specific use case gets shelved quite often. Yeah, that's understandable. So, this really, I can say, okay, interesting. This restaurant is lively, isn't it? Okay. That's right. We had that stuff too. Kono restaurant. I'm gonna add that T out of habit, so we'll need to come up with a clever way of ending without adding the T. So kono restaurant wa, what is this? Akarui? Yeah, akarui desu ne. Okay.
このレストラン
レストランは明るいですね。
ですね。
Oh. Oh, it's not. Oh, it's not. Akarui is not the word I'm looking for. It's nikiyaka. Akarui is cheerful. Actually. Okay.
すみません、ラーメンをください。
Gotta make those errors. Sumimasen. Ramen. Okay.
天ぷらは500円です。
Okay.
天ぷらは500円です。
500円です。
天ぷら
Tempura looks so funky, but kinda still looks like tempura.
は
I heard 500円
円で。
ですす。え、ダサい。
ダサい。
天ぷら
サッカー
サッカー
Okay. ドレス
本
このレストランは賑やかですね。
Okay.
この
Why don't you rub it in? man.
レストラン
このレストラン
は
はにぎやか
賑やかです。
Yes, this is legitimately the thing I missed. Heckin' Duolingo has a mean sense of humor.
このレストランは賑やかですね。ね。
Oh no, it wasn't a question though. Wait, it was. This is legitimately, literally the phrase that I missed because I thought of akarui versus nikiyaka. Heckin' mean. Hey, you missed this. Ikura.
いくら？
Udon.
うどん
Oh, come on,
にぎやか
Nikiyaka, chichi.
ち、ここ。
Alright. Udon wa 400 yen desu. 100 yen desu. 400 yen desu. So, oh, really?
うどん
Udon wa
は400
400
円
yen desu.
です。
すみません。寿司定食はいくらですか？
Okay. Excuse me. How much? How much is the sushi meals? Alright. I heard teishoku. Oh, or did I? Yeah, I heard teishoku. Wait, yeah.
すみません、カレー定食はいくらですか？すみません、カレー定食はいくらですか？すみません、カレー定食はいくらですか？
カレー定食はいくらですか？
カレー定食はいくらですか？
寿司定食はいくらですか？
Gotta go faster. Nikiyaka. So let's try this again. Kono restaurant wa nikiyaka desu ne.
このレストランはにぎやかですね。
Okay, let's keep going. Mizu.
水
Okay, sure. Is ramen kudasai. When did they introduce interjections? Indy
ラーメン
kudasai.
ください。
じゃあ、ピザをください。
Ja
じゃあ、
pizza
ピザを
kudasai.
ください。
Wait. Ja
じゃあ、
ケーキをください。
ください。
あ、カレーをください。カ
カ
レー
レーを
を
ください。
ください。
Oh, we're gonna book it a little bit here.
じゃあ、
水をください。水をください。
水をください。
They only used Deha and Ja. And it was for itadakimasu. Oh, okay. Itadakimasu. Itatake. Itadakimasu. Wait. Oh, te. Sorry, te. Wait, that's K, isn't it? I feel like, why am I thinking there's is there usually another syllable in there? Hey, Tommy. And atakema. Wait, why do I feel like I keep adding an extra syllable? Then ochi so ima sama deshita. Ochi so Why are these so long? Let's eat and thank you for the meal. Yeah. Alright, we'll get to them. It's fine. We'll get to them. It's all good. Nakayama.
中山
Hello there, Tommy. What are you up to? Genki desu ka? Nihon.
日本
Hachi.
水
And Shichiji.
7時
I hate you.
弁当を2つください。
Bento o wait. Bento o hu Oh, yeah, Futatsu, right. Futatsu kudasai. Futatsu is 2.
水を2つください。
Okay.
水
Mizu
を
o tatsu
2つ
tatsu kudasai.
ください。
じゃあコーヒーをください。
Okay then. Just kidding. Coffee. Coffee, please. Hitotsu, right? Jusu o hitotsu kudasai.
ジュース1つをください。
Oh, it slid into the wrong place. Yeah, that happens.
あ、水をください。
Denki desu. Awesome. Moria. That's the 2. So imora ima. Oh, so ima. Wait. Ima ira. Oh. Ima ira. Stu. Ite. Mas. Oh. Wait. Ima. Ima rashi. Yeah. How high is my IQ? It's average. Yeah, it's an average IQ now. Everyone who has a PhD in biology is around the same intelligence. Ima Rirakusu. Yeah, no. Yeah. Shite imasu. Yeah, shite imasu. Still, that's pretty much, yeah. Those are the romaji doesn't help. You thought people who had PhDs are like wicked smart? I see. 160 plus the level? I see. Well, I would say 160 plus would be outrageous. But I would probably place most people around 130 and 140 if I had to be rigorous about metrics like that. Oh, you're relaxing. So, shite imasu. Shite imasu is relaxing. Ooh, I'm gonna need that verb or verbiage. Relaxing. Nice. So I'm ima. Wait. Ima riraksu. Oh, relaxing. I hear it now. Have I made groundbreaking discoveries in biology? No. I think it's kind of very stereotypical to use that sensational type of response to someone, asking groundbreaking don't usually happen in contemporary science anymore, if I had to take you seriously. Groundbreaking discoveries, that's something of a romantic gesture of science of old. There are some still, though. Some still occur in recent years.
ください。
So, Mizuo. Water, please. ください.
弁当を一つください。
I don't work in science anymore. Like, I don't have a lab or anything. I do read about it though. Yeah. Groundbreaking is sensational journalism.
弁当を一つください。
Bento kudasai. Wait. Bento o
弁当を一つください。
hitotsu. Okay.
弁当を一つ
Hitotsu.
ください。
I really like that. Hitotsu. Hitotsu.
うどん定食を2つください。
Okay. Hitotsu. 2 don meal sets. Please.
ジュースを2つください。
2 juices, please. Ice coffee.
アイスコーヒ
I saw a clip, a Dogen clip
ー。アイスコーヒー。
with the phrase "ice coffee." It was really funny, or not really funny, but it was a deep cut and it brought a lot of intellectual stimulation. He was making a skit about circumnavigating the mindset of someone who's receiving someone based on their language. So it was a skit about ordering from at a cafe, right? So a native speaker, he was implying like there's different types of native speakers who would either take offense or the contextual nature. So when someone uses heavy katakana, right? Or in this case, in the speech sense, he was trying to order a ice coffee, right? Ice coffee, a coffee. And the clerk would react in a way like, oh, wait, let me get someone that speaks English, right? That's the mindset. When you see someone's face, say this person is Asian or appears Japanese, you have a different reaction than this person who appears like a gaijin, right? And then there's also, if you appear Japanese but you use a phrase like iced coffee, right? Even though his reaction in the clip was, oh, let me get someone that speaks English, the clerk runs out, and then he mutters to himself in that character like, but that is Japanese. Like he's speaking Japanese. So that's kind of like the offset mindset, and that happens a lot, especially if you're in my position. It happens quite a bit. And it doesn't stop at language, right? It also, Japan is heightened far more than English, in my opinion. In an English country, or like at least in the United States here, is there's this predilection to using titles and honorifics. So you have a lot of rules that normalizes conformity. So that conformity can create sudden shock or sudden apprehension or assumptions. So Dogen was doing a really fun skit about that. The second skit is the second customer comes in and says the same thing, and then the person who's taking the order says, oh, let me do the same thing. And then the customer was like, dude, like that's still Japanese, man. Like, can't you hear that I'm saying Japanese? Like, that's kind of racist, that kind of thing, right? So it was like being very playful with the idea, like, you have apprehensions. The idea is the more conformist and consistent things are, you're not prepared for them. It's not meant to be offensive or anything. It's just statistical norms create habit formation. And this is a very common type of YouTube short that happens a lot, where someone who appears on the surface not Japanese, but then speaks incredibly fluent, native-like, or even born in Japan but appear differently, you get the whole, wow, like, you speak Japanese, the shock and awe, and people receive it very differently. Some people find it like, well, I am Japanese. Like, there's a very popular YouTube person. There are lots of popular content creators that do their own spin. One could be very celebratory and is very happy when they see the shock. Another person can say like, oh, it gets really tiring because I am Japanese, kind of deal. So you get all the mixed bag kind of thing. And Dogen kind of did it all in one skit, where you have the clerk responding differently and the person ordering the stuff responding differently between the weird interactions. And as someone that grows up in the United States as a Chinese American, I have experienced pretty much all of those things. One of the things would be, I approach someone and I say hello, and this person's speech pattern slows down. Obviously, for me, I love focusing on communication, and most of my training deals with taking note of accents and patterns and whatnot. Most of my life, I relied a lot on my hearing training to imitate and communicate. So one of the classical things is, if I approach and I don't introduce myself in English, that person inherently will slow down their speech for me. That's kind of one of those things, like, they're not trying to be offensive, in my opinion. They're just doing the social norm of, perhaps the highly likelihood is that I don't speak English at a pace that they're usual. So wherever their baseline English is, it would be slightly slower than that. And the moment I respond in English, their pace of their English picks up again to their like normal place. You notice this quite a bit. Or someone, let's do another situation. I'm walking around campus, and then there's international families and stuff that always come to the campus, right? Well, Chinese people would approach me and speak to me at like maximum Mandarin speed. And the only thing I could respond is, oh, I can only say, I'm sorry. Do you speak any English? Because I have a hard time like following that. And then it would be like a sudden shock, like, oh, I thought you were Chinese, and there you have it. And you enter that awkward situation. Like, well, yes and no, but we're not going to go there. That's inappropriate for strangers to meet and talk about that. It's like, oh yeah, well, okay, that's all I could say, right? Because the assumption is if I can't speak Mandarin, then I'm not Chinese, right? Or if I can't keep up with Mandarin, I'm not Chinese. So best of both worlds, right? The best of both worlds. When you talk on the phone, another interesting story that occurs all the time, not very any specific story. You call someone and you sort out lots of customer service, maybe sort out appointments over the phone. And then when I arrive, they would be very puzzled, like, what, do you need something? And I'm like, yeah, I was just on the phone with you 20 minutes ago, right? And it's like, oh, I was, yeah, here we go. And obviously the subtext here is they were expecting someone that didn't look like me, right? So that's kind of the thing. And I find that in my opinion, I'm one of those people who are more on the side of it's fun to subvert expectations. That's why the place I live is incredible. It doesn't lead to some outrageous like discrimination or prejudice actions, but it does still continue. It's a human condition, right? What you're used to and what you're not used to are going to make you stutter and be surprised. And I kind of like that. So I'm more celebratory than negative. However, the more popular content, at least from my exposure on YouTube, is the one that's usually celebrating negative stuff. Like exuding frustration. Like, oh man, I do this all the time because people are dumb. They're all racist. They're all prejudiced. Like that's the content that is far more sensational, in my opinion. Hot take. Sorry, that might be a contentious point, but the more sensational ones and abrupt ones are the ones that take off. Like, yeah, ex-Americans are always mistaking on their prejudices and their human condition. They don't use the word human condition, but all I hear is human condition, human condition, human condition, human condition. That you put someone in an environment that they need to navigate all their social norms. That's human condition. And somehow all the commentators, those people who are from a distance, cannot experience that, because if they're making that comment, that would mean that they experience it already, so it's normal for them. It's not normal for someone else. And that's kind of the Japanese thing too. It happens quite a lot. I don't necessarily think it might be the same, but I have a feeling that I don't have to go to Japan to feel like other people, because I experience that pretty much on a day-to-day basis. And if you want to stack Japan even more, it's not about appearances, and it's relevant here because our guests here more or less allowed me to identify one thing. It's not just appearances. In Japan, they use titles, right, and honorifics quite a lot. And what happens is that also sets up expectations. And titles can lead to like status symbols like PhD. And you attract very specific type of oriented conformity questions or attitudes. And one has to be cognizant about that in order to respond appropriately, right? Same div. It's a similar human condition thing in a very different context. Anyways.
ジュースを2つください。アイスコーヒー、ジュースを2つください。ジュースを
2つ。
2つください。ジュースを2つください。
水 trying to think of the kanji shape, right? 水一つ水一つください。水を一つ一つ一つください。
ください。
Yeah, you've seen a ton of white people complain about Japanese people trying to talk with them in English instead of Japanese like they wanted to talk in. Yeah, it's kind of a mixed thing, right? So it's I like to think what wasn't on screen was the white person would say, "Oh, hey, I know you're trying to be polite, but can we use Japanese instead? Because I want to try Japanese." Well, remember that Japanese people have a lot of rules and they're all implicit. So it can be very uncomfortable for a country that has implicit rules to say like, oh, okay, so let's start over and try again. But it would be that one-off chance. And then in the reverse, it would be like, is it normal for people to want to use Japanese? So like we have to put ourselves in the Japanese person's shoes now. How often do they have people who visit, who speaks English, who appears like that, to have the desire to use Japanese at the cost of confusion or time, right? And then we have all the social norms of running a business. A business is accommodating. However, it's accommodating based on the rules in Japan as opposed to a different country. So like in the United States, you still have that. If you go to like downtown Manhattan and someone talks to you and then suddenly they just, Xiaoma does this quite a bit. They go to Manhattan and they would say like, oh yeah, this is $2, right? You hear the heavy accent, which I can't imitate, but you hear the heavy accent, and then Xiaoma would respond in whatever language. Usually it's Mandarin, but he did do a bit on Fujianese, right? And they would be like, oh, and he was celebratory about that, as opposed to, here's another person just trying to be polite, right? Trying to be polite and insisting, but they turned it around. So it's on the responsibility of both sides. But when you go to someone else's country, it can be tough. It's one of those when in Rome, do as Romans do, versus I'm from a country that is eclectic and normalized, just having to talk through misunderstandings. So then they have to meet halfway somewhere. And I live, coincidentally, I live in a country that is quite flexible in normalizing that. However, I am legitimately abnormal in appearance and a mixture of things. So I have come to normalize that. So if I were to go to Japan and I still speak gaijin, like a gaijin, and they would still continue to insist on speaking English, well, I have normalized that. Like, oh, yes. And then I would try to reach out and say, is it all right if we speak in Japanese? Do you have time? Right? Because I have to be respectful that they are running a business. And in Japan, it's about efficiency. Right? Not everyone has the luxury to laze around. It's a very high-strapped country where it's about efficiency, right? So I would strike up a conversation with anyone, really. If I go to someone's mom and pop shop, while I ordered, I would ask them, how's business going? So I would strike up rapport even to a random stranger, because my life has been where you have to sit down and talk about it, or you have to at least try to talk about it. Otherwise, it'd be very difficult to communicate. Just a different life experience that made it so that when you see all these things, like, yeah, I can kind of understand all of the other stuff. I hope they navigate it. And you hear lots of different sides of the things. But the one that is trending hard on my YouTube short algorithm right now are all the people that says, enough is enough, I am Japanese, kind of thing. Where like the biggest trend right now are the people who are born in Japan, nationalized in Japan or whatever, speak incredibly great Japanese, and then still have that shock factor or the constant mulling and quote unquote waste of time that they can circumnavigate. And Dogen, back to that Dogen, the very last clip of the same skit, it wrote in subtext, the future. And the future was the person walks in, speaks, orders an iced coffee, right? Iced coffee. And the clerk just says, acts normal. Like, here's the Japan, like say in Japanese, one order up, that'll be however many costs. And that's kind of a deep cut. It'll be normalized. The language will be normalized, is what I read it as. But that interaction will continue to persist unless he's also deep cutting and insisting that Japan will become more welcoming to foreigners, and they would normalize the behavior of appearance, usage of a word, all of that becomes normalized. So it's a really clever, in my opinion, a very clever deep cut. There's so many ways to interpret what's happening there in the future context. Like, it just literally writes the future. A guy comes in, use that term, it no longer spawns like a shock value, and then you have to talk about it in a context, because Dogen also has the subtext of appearing different too. So it's so interesting. And for me, it's normalized. Like, I don't mind if someone slows down or speeds up. I just know that if I understand what their situation is, it's hard to get offended or emotional about something you expect. So when you normalize things, if you normalize all of the stuff, all of the above, it becomes less shocking. Especially when I do get this interaction with such a stranger, Indy, all the time. I have thought about the repercussions about putting PhD in my username, right? Because the standard name, that name is taken. So I often explain that. And you have various forms of expectations. One time, just a little bit of a hot take, I suppose. Someone comes in and they see that somehow they use the tag, they search the tags in Twitch, and I placed the tag intellectual as the tag. And the true story, this person came in and said, hey, you have the intellectual tag, tell me something smart. Well, obviously the 1 + 1 = 2. So basically, it was a long thing. It was like for an hour or two. Well, the person didn't stay for that long. I just talked for 2 hours. So I asked them, what are you interested in? Can you explain something that you want to know about? And I can maybe say something about it, or I will tell you I don't know anything about it. That's what's, in my opinion, the essence of being an intellectual. I described the whole idea of keeping the Kruger-Dunning effect in check, right? The idea is being able to accurately estimate what you know and what you don't know. So if that person provides a context, I can tell them intellectually whether I know something about that thing or not. That's the essence of being an intellectual, not inherently being smart. Being smart is a really different type of person, and that the character, the stereotypical smart person that they're talking about, they're statistically likely to not spend time doing things like this, which is to communicate and practice emotional intelligence, showing compassion and empathy that you don't waste. Like, unfortunately, the human condition prioritizes self-gain and efficiency if you're very smart. So I would say, don't take this as the hot take. Emotional intelligence is a component of intellectual intelligence. And for me, I've exchanged what I lack in the classical intelligence. I spend my time honing emotional intelligence. So that stuff can appear as a waste of time to someone who is classically smart, the one that people are referring to. And also, if they are the ones being asked, tell me something smart, if you go up to someone who is actually that type of smart, they wouldn't give you the time of day. They're not concerned with your trivialities, right? And it's not being offensive. It's just the mind is wired to prioritize certain things. So if you don't ask them a question, they're not going to respond to you, right? So those people are really hardwired, and they're exceptional people. They just have different priorities. So being a content creator is by far not a thing that someone who truly is smart. So when you think of PhD on a name and you understand the context that I am a streamer, I am likely not the type of PhD nor that type of smart person that this person's asking for. I cannot recite habitually like some insane amount of Japanese vocabulary in one go. In fact, I'm still having trouble remembering the things I've learned yesterday in that sense, right? So it's kind of humorous. And you know what's funny about that? The 1 + 1 = 2 thing, that happens a lot. So since my years, and this is another true story, it's like a short story. Someone said something like, what's 57 times, I don't know, 96 divided by 4? Go. And then they just like start counting. And okay, well, let's break out a calculator. Here you go. You know what's ironic about that? That's the euphemism, working smart, not hard thing, where I just break out a calculator and I'm like, all right, well, here's the answer. Like, do you want more meaning out of this? I don't know. So many fun stories. I won't forget them. I won't forget them for sure. They kind of all blend together. So they're pieces of them are. Yeah, stupid people gonna be stupid. I feel stupid in an endearing way. I'm gonna say stupid in an endearing way. They have their way of expression. I actually I like when people are stupidly shameless. So I appreciate it. I know that sounds weird. But a simple life, like, sometimes you gotta just not be intellectual, right? So yes and no, right? Have you watched Shameless? I have not watched Shameless, but I watched some Shameless. I do watch a lot of shows like that, by the way. And that type of humor makes me smile. like style from ear to ear. I love when people just live life as fanciful as they can, as opposed to constantly concerning with the status and title of other people. Like, I watch Kim's Convenience on repeat all the time. That's a deep cut. I don't want people to feel shame that they have to measure up or measure someone up, right? Unfortunately, that's just a naive thing, but I prefer to be naive in this case. Sizing people up is a weird thing. One other thing. Here's to get all the different types. I could do a skit on this. I think the skit would be pretty funny. But here's another one about having your professional background shown in a way, in some way, with a title, like some sort of title. Someone would come up and they would come up and they would type like 3 paragraphs, just blank blitz 3 paragraphs. And I asked them, oh yeah, those are very interesting points. And then they're like, wait, I have more. I'm like, I wanted to ask them, it's like, can we pause for a moment? What is your intent behind doing this, right? And this person naturally gave me the impression that they're trying to impress me, as in trying to feel sizing me up, right? And I asked them, like, don't worry, you don't have to earn my respect or my impressions. Just slow down, in my opinion. Try to slow down and share something about yourself. Like, if I'm giving you the impression that I'm intimidating, I'm sorry. Like, I didn't intend to do that. So I don't know, for whatever reason, oftentimes the biggest part of having any indication that you do something a lot or you do something for a very long time is the person would talk up you. So in order to get common ground, and one of the things in graduate school, like for example, the essence of PhD, when you walk into a PhD lab, for example, right? And you're a student, however, whatever your status is, the idea is you've made it this far, you're a competent person who can observe things, see things, and analyze them. So the last thing you want to do is create a barrier of hierarchy. And that's something that we must address in Japan, right? In Japanese society, what I said might be a little uncomfortable, right? If I told someone, that's why I don't reveal my age a lot of times, because that creates that whole seniority thing. And I mean, I'm Asian, I understand, I suppose, to some extent what seniority does, and then what, like, years of things. But YouTube has become that, more or less, right? You come in, someone says, well, I've been doing this for 15 years. That's greater than your 25 days, right? And I'm like, yes, it is. I'm still going to try to do my best to contribute to your knowledge. What entitles that other person to do is to reject your knowledge, right? To reject your wisdom. And that's what seniority does. What PhD stands for, that's legitimately not the case. At least in my opinion. The way a PhD works is that you walk into a room and everyone has... You try to weigh everyone's input, because it's not about status or how long you've done something, about getting as many perspectives onto your task. And that's the environment I normalized. Unfortunately, that is not the environment most of the people I meet grow up in. So thanks, Victor. So it's tough. So that's why people say that sort of Bushido code is ruining Japan. That might be a yeah, that might be a hot take. Hot take though, just because it's different. Yeah. And I still use this to this day. Like, I'm not gonna go and overstep my bounds against my parents. My parents are my seniors. So there is a lot of elements of that that's still normalized. However, for me, the thing that I apologize most for is that people try to size me up. So when they see any form of me trying to say something to them, they feel compelled to demonstrate that they are of equal or greater worth towards me. And that's the thing I apologize for most. Having a stick up my butt is the thing for the last 5 or 6 years, or almost 5 years, like 5 years of streaming. The thing that I have to apologize for the most in misunderstanding is that individuals feel like I'm sizing them up, as in the way I hold myself can be aggressively or unintentionally pedantic and condescending. That's the one that I have to apologize for the most. Are those people here anymore? No, it didn't work. I would say it's like a 10% success rate. It's a 10 to 15% success rate. This is only when I'm streaming, right? If I go to other people's channels and stuff, I just don't say anything. I observe, right? Do the polite thing. I just observe and make commentary on it. I bring it to my safe place to express and analyze, not the other way around. I'm not a home wrecker. Oh, that can be taken out of context. I'm not a channel wrecker. I don't go out of my way to interlope in how people conduct their own things. The American way. It's your business. I'll stay out of your business. Like, business as in like the channel, and I don't make the rules in your house. Although that doesn't stop people from making the rules in my house. And I'm okay with that. I actually find that very invigorating. It's quite invigorating when someone challenges my house rules. That's intelligence to me. If you can enter a room or stream and read the room before you do anything, yeah, it's emotional intelligence. It's the synthesis of emotional and intellectual intelligence. Reading the room. If you are heightened intellectual intelligence, you will most definitely just go in and tell the people what's good and what's not, what's best and what's most efficient, and you will overwhelm them with your highly sharp, surgical tools of knowledge. Once you become more emotionally intelligent and you have enough time to be emotionally intelligent, you can read the room before you open your mouth. I've been privileged to be around people who are so intelligent that the people around them normalize their behavior. As in, they know this is a common, like a behavioral pattern they have, and they're okay with it because this person is brilliant in a different way. So it's not fair per se, it's just a mutual compromise. So being around incredibly brilliant people like that, you have to understand they don't make time to worry about how other people feel. And naturally, if you think about the truth, if they're always right or they're consistently right about things, they don't necessarily need to practice skills when they're wrong. If they're always right. It's kind of like the whole success story. If someone is constantly successful, they don't have to deal with the skills to be not successful. Everything comes around to reading the air, like in Japanese culture. And here's the thing. We have to contextualize Japanese culture. If Japanese range of outliers are smaller, it can appear easier to reading the air, if you know what I mean. So when a Japanese person perhaps comes to the United States and they travel around the United States, they will be in for a culture shock because the range in reading the air is gigantic. Some places reading the air will be self-sufficient. It will be natural. And in some ranges, they just have zero exposure to it, so they will be out of their element. So reading the air can be contextually effective if the deviation from the social norm is not incredibly wide. So for me, wherever I go, no matter where I go, the deviations can be really wide, and that's normal for me. So I adjust to those situations. For example, here's something you probably haven't heard a lot of. Asian people like me, they don't get PhDs, they get MDs. You know what a common question I get from a Chinese person? Why didn't you get a medical degree? And my stock response is, I'm not great around people I can't help. That's my answer. I struggle with being in a position that I can't help. So I decided to at least do something that I feel I have a larger sense of control. When I volunteered or walked the hospital and stuff, all I felt is it's rough. Have you seen? Yes, I have seen Stephen He on Tube. I actually watched most of his interviews. Yeah, I actually, if you watch his interviews that are like evaluated by, I don't know, Dr. Mike and stuff, you'll hear these similar perceptions, because he is also multicultural, right? And he goes against the social norms. You could be the surgeon at the end of the HK dramas. Yeah, you'll hear most of these coming. If you find a multicultural person, they have to stretch in and out of different expectations, and that becomes a normal demeanor that they have, right? You can probably even argue, what's his name? Nigel Nguyen, right? Nigel Nguyen did interviews and talked about that type of thing too. Yeah, this stuff, expectations, and the idea is it's a human condition. It's a human condition. You get to choose how you respond to it, in my opinion.
一つ
Okay.
お
Why is it clicking on random things?
一つ
Okay. Juice
ジュース
totsu kudasai.
ください
All this is relevant to learning English, by the way. Did they just say another answer? Yeah, and this learning language gets you there, in my opinion. It's all part of this. Like when you appear a certain way and you learn a different language and you go to another country and you use that language, you're going to get this response. The difference is one slight difference, and when I mean slight, I don't mean the magnitude of its impact, is that there are conditions that you can't subvert. And my condition is that I look like I'm Asian, right? So that there are certain conditions that obviously you can't literally subvert. However, when people learn new languages and they go to other countries and it happens to be a country that do the role reversal, that's the type of experience that I want to talk about with other people, because it colors my life most of the time. So yeah, if you're someone who doesn't appear Asian, learn an Asian language, go to that country, tell me about your experience, and use that language and tell me about that experience. Growing up, that's my entire experience. And I love to talk about how it's different, like the experience is different. Earlier on, me and Indy basically just talked about how our experience with the Duolingo learning path was different. And that stuff is the gem, in my opinion. That's what makes human interaction priceless, because their experiences are different, similar. you want to share those, in my opinion. If you feel like you're not connected to someone, generally speaking, it's because you haven't contributed. There isn't a mutual exchange of stories. The stories are the ones that create weight in the interpersonal skills, right? So that's the target, regardless if we're learning Japanese. But today, these days, we're learning Japanese at the moment. It could be anything else. Just anything else, right? I gotta practice. 2 hearts. I'm not comfortable with 2 hearts. Okay. Hopefully this goes quicker. Okay.
9時
12時にケーキを食べます。
I eat cake. I heard 12時. Wait. Yep. Oh. Ah! Okay. I'm gonna try to go a bit faster for
晩
these
ご9時に晩ご飯を食
I
べます。
really do need to speed up a little here. So, I heard dang it. I need to gather all the words. I heard dinner. And I heard 9 o'clock. Any modifiers? No modifiers. There are the particles. Every night. How does this work? It starts with on. I'm
毎
looking-
晩
my. That's the stem.
花さんは1時に朝ごはんを食べます。
Okay, I heard Anna. What was the eats? I'm doing this differently now, seeing if this works. It's kind of slowing me down. We'll do this for a little bit. Okay. No time, like no
7時半
frequency.
にテレビを見ます。7時半にテレビを見ます。7時半に
I heard
7時半にテレビを見ます。テレビを見ます。
ケンさんも12時に昼ご飯を食べます。
I heard 12 o'clock. And lunch.
6時に朝ごはんを食べますか？ 6時
So right now I'm doing a different strategy.
6時
This time, this is what I would feel I do when I know something and I'm just collecting now. So I'm hearing these things and I'm just gonna pull everything I hear, regardless if it's in order. So it's kind of like when you read a book, right? And you want to go from left to right, like each sentence at a time. However, sometimes you just don't understand some of the things. So what you do is you just go through and pick up all the things you can as quickly as possible and then go back, right? So that's kind of what I'm trying to do here. I hear something and I'm just going to pull everything I hear into the space and then rearrange them. And it's slowing me down a little bit because it's a strategy I haven't been using. I have been trying so far up to this point, just getting all the stuff in order as they come. So let's see how well this turns out. It's like piecing together a longer conversation without having to understand every single word, so to speak.
6時に朝ごはんを食べますか？
Okay, I heard
6時に
I heard
朝ごはん
dang it.
6時に朝ごはんを食べますか？
Gotta eat
食べ
something.
ますか6時に朝ごはんを食べますか？
I feel like wait. No, this is fine. Oh, no. Not fine. Oh, I missed the... Oh, yeah. I missed the modifier. Wait. 6時に朝ごはんは Wait. What? Wait. Hold. Oh, I missed the O. Yeah.
12
did
時
miss
に
a part.
コーヒーを飲みます。
Okay. Let's just go with whatever I heard. Coffee. So I drink coffee at, I heard 12. There. That's what I heard as fast as I could.
9時半にお茶を飲みます。
I heard
9
9
時
時
半
半飲みます。
コーヒー
Coffee.
O.
And then yeah, that's it, I think.
O.
So let's just rearrange
飲みます。
these.
コーヒー
Oh my
飲みま
gosh.
す。
This might be a terrible idea.
9時半にお茶を飲みます。
Oh,
に
and then we need a particle, right? Oh, okay. Oh, han. Oh, wait. 9時半 9時半に coffee. Oh no, it's not coffee. It was kolcha. Okay, kolchaを飲みます。And then this stuff, I guess you have to write this stuff from left to right. Yep, I think that's what's also lacking in Duolingo. I think that's lacking in Duolingo, where you are not able to construct doing mistakes and then retroactively constructing them. And yes, I know it was Ocha. I know I said Kocha. Hideyoshi. That's the whole point. But moving right along. So yeah, they're just not long enough. The exercises aren't long enough here. That is one of the criticisms for sure. And that's where you have to do like synthetic proses or long paragraphs. So you can just go through. One you can do is you go through and write down everything you understand about the paragraph. And then you go back and discover the things. So I totally agree with that. Although I haven't gotten to the story section yet, so we don't know how stories work in the stuff, right? So the most comfortable method is obviously still just reading the complete thing, organizing the thoughts instead of scatterbraining, picking up stuff. That's kind of the thing that one would naturally do when you're immersed in something. If you never saw Duolingo stories before, they're wild. Before, comma, they're wild. I see. Well, we haven't. Section 2 is the thing, so we're trying to get to section 2. I think stories start at section 2, as far as I'm aware. It might be fake news, though, since I haven't seen it yet. Okay, let's go back to our normal thing. I don't think I can do that strategy. That strategy is the one criticism that I read was Duolingo reinforces naturally a habit of being perfect. And that's, yeah, can't counter argue that. If you're constantly looking for the right answer, you're not looking for good enough answers or scrambling answers. So that's where natural conversation comes in, right? Naturally occurring mistakes and whatnot in conversations. So when someone makes a mistake, you naturally give the correct answer, which is not conducive to learning. So lots of linguists criticize Duolingo for that, which is sufficient. I mean, it's accurate, provided they can develop a tool to do that in the first place, which they can kind of now with machine learning, right? AI and machine learning, perhaps. This is where criticism isn't met with a solution. Criticism is met with an alternative. As in, go out and talk to people. It's like, yeah, that's great. Does that solve what Duolingo wants as a product? No, it does not. They're trying to do something. Can you go out 24/7 and talk to people? Well, technically, yes. Is that achievable in the palm of your smartphone? Probably not. Not yet. That's kind of the short-sightedness, in my opinion, of expert advice. I eat a tasty dinner every day. So, what do we have? 毎日美味しい晩ご飯を食べます。So, 毎日美味しい晩ご飯を食べます。
10時半にニュースを見ますか？
Okay. Let's pull all the things.
ニュース
What?
ニュース
Yeah.
ニュース3時半に
What else I heard? I heard,
見ます。お、10時半にニュースを見ますか？ 10時3時
so,
10時半にを見ます。10時半にニュースを見ますか？
question. Okay. Nah, it's tough. It's tough. You were watching a girl learning English on Duolingo and she had a sense. This clown is 20 years old. This clown is 20 years old. Wow. Wait. That's just as sus as my Tommy, my version, my Japanese version with Duolingo is this doctor 5 years old? And they interchange it. So you can sometimes the doctor is get replaced by college student. Is this college student 6 years old? And I love it because I can't forget it. So I know it sounds irrelevant, but the humor of the quirks of the system makes me not forget those words. Well, in this case, it's not AI. In this case, it's bootstrapping, right? It's combinatorial. But I mean, if you make a really big stretch, I guess that's the beginning part of AI, using combinatorial pool selection. Don't let any AI engineers hear you say that, though, I suppose.
はい。
はい。 はい、11時、11時に、11時に昼ご飯を食べます。
11時に
に、昼ご
昼ご
飯
飯を
を食べます。
食べます。
If he is certainly Chinese. Admit it. You made your PhD in 6 years? Oh boy, that would have been an interesting flex, right? At 6 years old, that would be an interesting flex. Just to integrate all our conversations before about the PhD. If I got my so here's that the whole like the world is connected thing. If I got my PhD at 6 years old, unfortunately we would never meet. Right? The statistical likelihood of someone who got a PhD at 6 years old would probably be invisible to a layman's popular platform. I would be stuck. Naturally, I'd be doing something that was something else. So it's kind of one of those humorous things where like I'm streaming on Twitch, so naturally one can say the statistical likelihood that I got my PhD at 6 years old is next to 0. Do those kids ever yield anything beyond like Harry Tao? We may never know. It's so difficult. It's so difficult to know. A lot of times, I occasionally come across kids that are incredibly gifted and they don't participate in social activities very often. So they have very low exposure, incredibly low exposure to media, right? So you don't actually hear a lot about them. Whether they yield anything or produce anything is usually in the background. Their priorities aren't emotional intelligence. They're not looking for like compassion and empathy a lot of times. You got kind of screwed up by living in New Jersey and couldn't skip grades. You wanted to skip grades and that's what screwed you up? Or it screwed you up because you couldn't skip grades? Like, wait, you want to skip grades so that it doesn't screw you up. That's an interesting thought. For someone who is going to be emotionally intelligent, skipping grades is likely the thing that screws you up. You don't want your time wasted, basically. Unfortunately, the time is only wasted because you couldn't see the value in that time. So that you're pretty much close to someone who is probably intellectually forward. When I was a kid, I was angry and I was high-tempered as well, and frustrated that schoolwork didn't move at a pace. But naturally speaking, I didn't want to skip grades as well because I wanted to develop emotional intelligence. So I wanted to have friends, right? I wanted to be accepted as well. I was juggling things like the color of my skin, the appearance of my face, and my socioeconomic status. So much like Japanese people, I wanted to conform. And that was what made not wanting to skip grades relevant. However, if you did skip grades, something else would be screwed, right? You're exchanging something else. It might not be apparent to you, but the way you hold yourself and the way you talk is very reflective of your personality now. As in, empathy and compassion does not come first in the comments you make. It comes with technicality and mechanical things first, which is very evident. It checks out. So yeah, it does probably feel like you got screwed by being held back in grades, I suppose. If I think back, I could skip grades, and then when I was in college, I could have graduated early, but I decided not to. me and my best friends decide to spend the extra time together. So, did we waste our time? To someone who only values their own priorities, yes, it would be a waste of time. My best friends are here with me now because, quote unquote, I wasted my time. That's to give you a different perspective. You don't have to accept the perspective. Just know that that's my perspective on the whole time thing. You were going to graduate early, then ended up adding another major and planned for graduate school in that field? Sounds like you maximized. Nice. Then things intervened? Okay, I see. Well, I think up to the age of 27, I measured myself based on the things I achieved alone. After 27, I measure myself based on the things I achieved together with other people. So I'm no longer prioritizing the things that I used to prioritize. And my life, in my opinion, my life has become much more richer and sustainable by placing more effort into emotional intelligence. So no, I'm not sharp as a tack, and I didn't get my PhD in 6 years, or as a 6-year-old, but I wouldn't give that up. And not anymore, in retrospect. I would rather do my PhD in 7 years, even after I'm 20, than do my PhD in 3 years. If there are people that I can attach myself to, then I might as well, I choose to do that instead. If your effort and your time is best spent on yourself, that is respectful. I respect that. That's admirable. My precious time is in investing in people. I don't think I can't live beyond my life, and I can't live being a one-man show. So I choose to waste my time by giving up something I would do in exchange to bringing other people up. Is how I rationalize all of it. So instead of graduating high school at the age of 15 and then graduating college at the age of 18 and then going to get my PhD before I'm 25, I got my PhD when I was 31. Your health has been all messed up for the past few years. Can't support myself to the point of self-actualization right now. Do you have a support system, Hideyoshi? Because a support system would be very nice right now. It would be very auspicious if you had people around that you invested in so that they can support you. This is the first step, in my opinion. I've been around very brilliant people, in my opinion. They're incredibly brilliant. And they're like 18 to 20 range, but they have zero support system. Because they spent so much time focusing on their own accolades and their own abilities, and they haven't developed the ability to create support systems around themselves. If I disappear, there will be a lot of people who will notice. And that's the time I quote unquote wasted to create a support system. I usually help people with that to some extent, as long as they're willing. But that's kind of just my 2 cents.
Naomi.
Okay, so Naomi-san wa Sanji ni, yes, Sanji ni pizza. If I say pizza a couple more times, pizza o tabemasu. If I say a couple more times, it'll come to me.
San.
San
Wa.
Oh, I would, for Indy's sake, I would classify repeating myself and stuttering as a habit that I had unlearned over my life when learning new languages. And here it is again. So, do I have the same feeling? I no longer have the same feeling anymore. When I was younger, I read a lot. I was ahead of the game, but I didn't speak a lot. My speaking was impaired. Like, I had terrible speech pattern. Like, so you're thinking about something, and then I'm just like constantly stuttering, right? So I stuttered a lot. I don't know if that's what other people saw, but I felt like I was constantly stuttering. So nowadays, I have a different fondness for stuttering. It just means that I'm trying to reach the next thing. So you do have to kind of unlearn the stuttering. So I do this where if I'm going from left to right, so Hana-san wa, and I can't find the next thing, I would repeat myself. So Hana-san wa, wa. So you just cycle. And when I was younger, I was trying to form sentences, but my sentences were blowing past my impractical, like my lack of practice in speech. So it always comes off like mumbly and garbled and whatnot. And I was in this program where there was several other gifted students, and boy, did our communication skills, they were different. They were very different. I had a stuttering problem, so. Do I have a stuttering problem now? Whenever I'm trying to come up with a new idea, you will know if I'm not prepared for it, because I stutter a lot. And of course, sometimes big pauses, lots of ums and filler words. That's the natural case of things. When I'm stuck on something, I stutter. And it's an excellent indicator that it's a place. I use it as an indicator to remind myself, this is where the weak spots are. Right? So, Hana-san wa pizza o tabemasu. Oh no, actually, Hana-san wa Sanji ni pizza o tabemasu. So Sanji ni pizza o tabemasu. I watch the news every night. Mai is the stem. So Maiban. Okay. Maiban. No particle, right? Yes. Maiban nyusu o mimasu.
毎晩ニュースを見ます。
12時にケーキを食べます。
What did I mess up here? Oh, we were doing the shenanigans that didn't work. Pop quiz. Why does Maiban not take a knee? I don't know. Why does it not take a knee? A pop quiz would imply that the person you're asking actually knows the answer first, which I am not responsible for. So, why doesn't it need a particle? My observational skills tell me it doesn't need a particle, so therefore I know the right answer. I don't know why it's correct yet, because that's not part of observational learning. Why does it? 12日に 12時にケーキを食べます。It's periodic and not a well-defined point in space or time. I see. Okay, so I'll keep that in mind for the future. I see. I'll keep that in mind. It's something that I don't think Duolingo is going to explain. So. These are one of the situations where I can probably consistently do it correctly without knowing why. But knowing why is nice. It's an extra point. So mainichi and mayasa, etc. are the same, I'm guessing. That's my assumption based on the pattern. So there you go. Yep. Mai toshi. Oh, like all the mais, all the subunit. Yeah, all the subunit. Stems. Yeah, all the stems. All the things with mai in it. That's neat. That's quite neat. It definitely makes it a little bit more efficient. Yeah. And I don't think Duolingo is going to say anything about that. Generally, Duolingo hasn't really said anything. We have to wait till section 2 to really know. These would be the situation where, you know how you play basketball when you were a kid, or you pick up something when you're a kid, and you do it, and you're good at it, right? And then someone comes along, like a 30-year-old or 40-year-old or experienced person comes along and explain to you why you're good at basketball. This is the situation we're in right now. Because I consistently know that my does not require a particle because of observational learning. And then now we have the intellectual component, right? Where you add the explainer to why it doesn't require a particle. Let's see. 12時にケーキを食べます。ケーキを食べます。I eat cake at very, very specifically 12 o'clock. Wait. Oh, I missed the O in o'clock. That was the mistake.
6時に朝ごはんを食べますか？
Oh, this was, I was trying to do that shenanigan stuff, which doesn't work right now.
6時に
You were just thinking about stuff like this. Usually you don't have to know the reason for everything, but once you do, it enhances what you know. It does. Yep. It definitely does. Isn't it fun to learn how we learned before we were adults, Indy? Isn't it great? It's kind of like reliving. I really do like the comment you made a bit back. It really is like being a kid again, where you're just learning and you're just like raw learning. Like, I don't care if this works. It just works right now. Like, this is the order I've learned. Let's just do this order. And then later on, you discover, like, this is why we do this. And it's like, psh, it's back to the idea of being an adult and why you love hobbies and stuff. You get the bigger picture. The bigger picture just comes back in and explains everything. At least that's my personal opinion. I'm trying to use Duolingo as though I'm a kid, because I feel like that's legitimately what that is. And a lot of linguists and experts say that's insulting. It's insulting to adults and stuff. It's like, I understand. I totally understand. It's probably going to waste their time too, quote unquote, waste their time. But I'm having a blast living in the moment of what they're doing as opposed to living outside the moment. When I see passionate people, I don't see them concerned about what the bigger picture is. I see them concerned about experiencing the moment. Arabic allows you to make up your own words, then you check the dictionary for what people actually agree that oh, that's cool.
That's really cool. Although you can do that with English too. Actually, sometimes you can just make up your own words, and if you have enough influence, it just becomes a word. As well. What's a word that I have? Or you can ascribe new meaning in your own enclosed space, right? Indie, I can trigger indie at any time by saying Motown. Ain't isn't actually a word. Motown. Don't make me Motown. Someone I read something, there was a YouTube short about don't use konnichiwa. Stop using konnichiwa with people you're familiar with, right? And then I made a comment like I'm gonna use yo now. So yo genki desu ka, right? However, someone in the comments said, "Oh, so we can't use these words and we can use these words, and only these words, like this specific word is for female, and then female people greet this way." And a lot of the comments were like, "So what you're saying is you're challenging me to use these words inappropriately or like in a different way." And someone came up with a really fun one. Instead of saying konnichiwa, saying konnichi what's up. I love it. Konnichi what's up. That's such, I mean, we're gonna be as respectful as possible to the Japanese language, but that's pretty funny. I enjoy the konnichi what's up. Konnichi hello. Yeah. Arabic you can turn bowl into a verb. English you can too. Yeah. There was a time when so many there was a time when surf only meant surf, and now we don't even use surf. We go online, as in instead of surf online. You know? The lexical image of, well, here's one thing. When I say bowl in a verb, most people won't know what I'm referring to. It'll take them a while to know what I'm referring to. I'm old enough for that term. Yeah, surfing. Oh my gosh, surfing online. Ooh, those were different days. Those are different days. But I bowl quite a lot. I do bowl quite a lot. Surfing the net. Surfing the net. Ah, they used to use the word net too. Yeah. Net has been phased out now. It's more the use of word online. Surfing cyberspace. Actually, World Wide Web was even before that. Surfing the World Wide Web. www. Surfing the World Wide Web. And now most URLs truncated. The www isn't even visible anymore to most people. Right? World Wide Web. Good times. Good times.
6時に朝ごはんを食べますか?
I'm sure this is happening to other languages too. So we're not saying, I'm not trying to give you the impression that it's not happening in other languages. I just don't use other languages, so I can't really speak for them. What is not happening doesn't mean it doesn't exist, right? Imagine having to type HTTP. Yo, those old days, man. Those old days, URLs had to be exact. Remember a day when URLs have to be exact? Remember when auto-completion was not a thing? Autocomplete, like as a verb, was not used in that context as well. Autocomplete as one word, right? When you autocomplete something, and then autocorrect. It's the combination of two words, and that happens a lot in English as well. I think Spanish still uses la red. I didn't really know. What is red in Spanish? Asiago? No, that's not it. Asiago sounds like hot or something. What is La Rosa? No, that doesn't sound right either. Asiago's cheese? Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry. Rete? Rete is like blood vessels. Red means network. Oh, interesting. Oh, rojo. Yeah, rojo. I mean, yeah, rojo. That's right, Asiago. Sorry, I'm thinking of a sandwich then. Yeah, Asiago. I forgot that is a cheese. That's so funny. Okay, alright. I'm gonna scar indie and bring up Q noon again. I had a Q noon. I had an indie Q noon thing just now.
6時に朝ごはんを食べますか?
Only this time is another dairy product. Okay.
6時に朝ごはんを食べますか?
We're not gonna get to the end of this today.
朝ごはんに
6時に朝ごはん I heard like probably all
を
食べます。
食べます。6時に朝ごはんを食べますか?
Oh.
9時半にお茶を飲みます。
It was a question.
9時半にお茶を飲みます。9時に
No.
に半に
What did you say?
9時半にお茶を飲みます。お茶を飲みます。9時半にお茶を飲みます。6時に朝ごはんを食べますか?
I'm trying to learn,
6時
guys.
に
I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Oh, by the way, I did have a dream about that. The Q noon thing. Gyugaku. What does kaku mean? Gyugaku. I think that's the franchise's name. So it's obviously a blend between whatever beef is and whatever kaku is. I think let me look up, actually. I didn't actually look up the branch name, so. Yes, gyukaku. So I guess that means like beef barbecue or something, maybe. Kaku? I don't know what kaku is. BBQ? Yeah, the franchise's name is Gyukaku with a hyphen. So it's implied that there's something there. So I'm guessing beef barbecue. Gyu-kaku.
6時に朝ごはんを食べますか? 6時に朝ごはんを食べますか?
朝ごはん。
朝ごはんを
食べます。
6時に朝ごはんを食べますか?
Oh,
か
Yes. I need one more heart. Just one. Oh, you know
中山
what?
さんは可愛いです。
I'm practicing. I definitely need to use the keyboard. Whoops. I'll be right back though. I need to go to the bathroom. Hold on. Yeah, we're definitely going to push the review to tomorrow. So we'll try to complete the lessons today, wrap up section 1, and then do the review of section 1 tomorrow and talk about commentary and stuff. And maybe do one lesson tomorrow in section 2. Okay, so let's refocus. Nakayama oh yeah Nakayama-san wa kakoi. Oh wait, oh no keyboard yet, hang on. Miss Nakayama-san is cheerful, right? Oh no, cute, sure.
田中さんはかっこいいです。
Okay, let's just do this for a little bit. Oh. Okay.
田中さんはかっこいいです。
Okay. Okay.
山口直美さんはここです。
Sure. Wait. Oh, hey. Oh no. Wait, did they do it? Yamaguchi-san. No, Yamaguchi Naomi-san wa ii desu. Hey, this is a permutation that is unique to the practice so far. I haven't actually used this too often. Huh. Oh no, it's never mind. Just kidding. Just kidding. No one, I hope no one caught what I was thinking. I'm just kidding.
山口直美さんは面白いです。
Hope no one caught that. If someone can read my mind now.
山口直美さんは面白いです。
Oh, what the heck? Ooh.
山口直美さんは面白いです。
Okay. No one will ever know. It's fine. Right?
山口直美さんは面白いです。
Rip. Oh, did I misspell Naomi? No? Yamaguchi-san. Oh, wait. I'm not even sure I can do that. All I see are signs of suboptimal hydration. That's fair. The question is, am I able to do this? Let's see. The answer is probably not. No. Oh, I'm typoed. I typoed. I see it. Naimi. I typoed. I hit I instead of O. Yeah. Okay, never mind. I see it. E is here.
明るい人
Oh, da. Oh. Akai hito. Oh no, akarui hito. Oh, yes.
その人は面白いです。
Wait.
その人は面白いです。
明るい人です。
Let's put this pen away. I gotta get to the end of this section. I can't tell you, explain how excited I am for section 2. Okay. Akarui hito desu. Sure. Oops.
面白い。
Okay.
その人は可愛いです。
Okay. That person is cute.
山口直美さんはどこですか？
Whoops.
山口直美さんはどこですか？
ケンさんは面白いです。
Okay. 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 What? Oh, what? Oh, I mistyped son. Oh no, no, I didn't mistype ton. I basically just omitted son. Oh, bad. Bad person. Bad person. I don't want to talk about it. Rude. Rude. Okay. Oh! I forgot to hit enter. Oh no. Akarui? Oh! Oh! Ah! Oh, did I miss something? What did I miss? Aika-san, typo? No, I think they just don't accept it. Wait. Oh, Ru. I typed Ro instead
山
of
口
Ru.
直美さんは面白いです。
Okay. Make sure I don't misspell her name again.
Yamaguchi 山口直美さんは面白いです。
I'm trying to go faster here, but did I mistype her name again? No, this time it's not her name. What did I typo? Amoshiroi. Oh, wait. Where's my typo at? I don't know where my typo is. Oh. Oh, Mo, thanks. Thanks, Victor. Oh, I typed got it. Thanks. Holy heck, that took me a while. That I couldn't see it. Holy moly, thanks. That helps a lot. Okay. Whoops.
山口直美さんは面白いです。山口直美さんは面白いです。
Okay. You gotta go. Take care, Victor. Good luck with everything. Alright. Let's get into this. 4 hearts is good enough.
コーヒーをください。
コーヒーをください。
お茶をください。
お茶
をください。お茶をください。
水をください。
They're starting off light at the beginning of each new lesson. Start off light.
水。
水を4つください。
ください。すみません。コーヒーを3つください。
おにぎりを1つください。おにぎりを1つ
ください。
ください。
おにぎりを3つください。
3つ。
すみません。おにぎりを2つください。すみません。おにぎりを2つください。おにぎりを2つください。
じゃあ。
No.
じゃあ。お茶を
ください。
ください。
じゃあ、おにぎりを4つください。じゃあ。紅茶おにぎりをください。
Actually.
じゃあ、おにぎりを4つください。4つ。じゃあ、おにぎりを4つください。
すみません。弁当を3つください。
So.
すみません。弁当を3つください。
I'm having a hard time hearing this part. Anything that goes into this part.
すみません。弁当を3つください。
じゃあ、弁当を4つください。
じゃあ、弁当を and I lost it.
じゃあ、弁当を4つください。
4つください。4つください。
じゃあ、弁当を4つ
4つ
ください。
うどん定食を3つください。
うどん鉄子。鉄子。
うどん定食を3つください。
鉄子。うどん鉄子。鉄子。鉄子を
うどん定食を3つください。
3つください。
あ、おにぎりを1つください。あ、おにぎりをあ、おにぎりを1つください。1つください。
天ぷらください。
天ぷらを
ください。
ください。
Okay, let's go.
じゃ
あ、おにぎりを4、no, not 4、4つください。
おにぎりを4つください。
ラーメン定食を4つください。
ラーメン
定食
を4
4
つ
つ
ください。
Let's keep going. Okay. 大きい。
大きい大きい大きい。
味噌汁はどうですか？
Oh, hey. 味噌汁 Yeah.
味噌汁。
味噌汁。
味噌汁はどうですか？
どうですか？
どうですか？
Okay. 10?
10
水大きい。12 7 Okay. This rice ball is big, isn't it? Okay. All right.
このおにぎりおにぎり
おにぎりおにぎりにおにぎり Wow, that's rough.
おにぎり
Okay. Anyways.
は大きいですね。
このそばはとても美味しいです。このそばはこのそばはとても美味しいです。美味しいです。
Okay. Oh, thanks, Tommy. Another Tommy? Wait a minute. Tommy, is that you? Like, wait a minute. Tommy with the Polish label? That's some sus right there. Okay. Oh. Kangoshi. Wow, what a coincidence. Kangoshi. I totally forgot. I was having trouble remembering nurse, and Indy helped me out there the other when I was trying to recall. Oki.
大きい。
私。コート。ニュース。Okay.
このおにぎりは大きいですね。
That.
この
Took me longer to figure out what it said in English. Oh no.
このおにぎりは大きいですね。おにぎりは大きいですね。このおにぎりは大きいですね。
Okay. Sumimasen. Oh yeah, we got salads. Sumimasen. Oh, this one sounds not the greatest. The salad one. It's serada. Yeah, serada. Sarada. Yeah. So, sumimasen. Sarada o yotsu kudasai. Yotsu kudasai. Kudasai. So, すみません。サラダを4つください。
中山さん、味噌汁はどうですか？
Moving right along. Moving right along. 新しい。
新しい。
Okay. They're really leaning in on that. They must have heard me or something. Now we have the other one. Angoku.
音楽。
Ongaku. Whoops. Ongoku. Ongaku. Music. I could constantly forget music too. They're reading my data. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Oh, and this too. Isogashi. Oh my god. Isogashi.
忙しい。
Soba. And then I missed this earlier. They're just hitting all the stuff, huh? にぎやか。
田中さん、味噌汁はどうですか？
Whoops. Ah!
Ah, サラダを2つください。あ、サラダ
What?
あ、サラダを2つください。お。
Oh.
2つ。
2つ。Hang on.
ください。
Hold up.
あ、サラダを2つください。
Wow, that's such... Okay. サラダを2つください。2つください。サラダを2つください。Man.
そのケーキは大きいですね。
Okay. Okay. このそばは安いですね。no, ですか。このそばは安いですか。その whoops. Yeah, そのそばは安いですか。そばは安いですか。 3 salads, please. Sarada. Wait, was it sarada? Yeah. Sarada. Sarada o mitsu kudasai. Sarada
サラダを
o
3つ
mitsu kudasai.
ください。
Nakayama-san, miso shiru wa dou desu ka? Okay.
中山
San,
さんは
or
は
not wa,
味噌汁
shiru
は
wa dou desu ka?
どうですか
Dou desu ka? Okay. Up and away, Adam. Chisai.
小さい。
アイ
Chisai.
スクリームを一つください。
アイスクリーム。アイスクリーム。アイスアイスクリームは一つください。I don't know how I feel about specifying one. This rice ball is small, isn't it? Okay, okay. このおにぎりは小さいですね。
このおにぎりは小さいでね。
Okay.
水、
小さい。田
田
中。
中、
日本。
日本、
大きい。
アイスコーヒーはどうですか？
アイスコーヒー。アイスコーヒーはどうですか？ How's the coffee? Oh, don't forget iced.
山口さん、アイスコーヒーはどうですか？
I just thought of, how's the iced Tanaka? Sorry. I almost hit Tanaka instead of Kohi, so I was thinking, how's the iced Tanaka?
山口さん、アイスコーヒーはどうですか？山口さん、アイスコーヒーはどうですか？山口さん、アイスコーヒーはどうですか？
Okay. I like how I like all the phrases. The phrases that came to mind that's so natural is asking how things are or where things are. I think the vast majority of my conversations, I'm usually the one asking the questions as opposed to providing commentary first. So I do like doko desu ka, do desu ka, even things like do iu imi desu ka, right? Any form of like desu ka, I quite enjoy, because I do like asking questions. Questions buy me time, you know? Often someone would ask, how do you I get this enough to be worth mentioning when someone asks, so aren't you worried that you're gonna run out of things to say? Or what happens when I run out of things to say? How do I not, what if it gets silently awkward? Ask a question. You know, give your time to prepare, right? Be naturally inquisitive. It's kind of helpful. So getting all the questions down would be fantastic. But all I have right now is what? Doko desu ka and do desu ka? Like the do and... Oh, nan desu ka? As well as nan desu ka? So what time, where things are, and how things are. Okay. Musco. Musco is my son.
息子
Musco.
小さい
Jasu.
ジャズ
Jasu. Oh yeah. No. I forgot. This is a combo. Jasu. And then mise.
店
And then
大きい
Tanka-san. Tanka-san. Ice coffee do desu ka? Or wa do desu ka? I almost forgot the particle. Tanka-san. Ice coffee wa do desu ka?
田中さんアイスコーヒーはどうですか
Fuku.
服
Who? Kangoshi.
看護師
Of course. They would put that in there. Oh, hey. Skoshi. We haven't had Skoshi yet.
少し
Skoshi. Pan.
パン
Forgot about pan too. And then Sandoichi. Sandoichi.
サンドイッチ
このコーヒーは少し高いですね
Wait. Kono kohi wa yeah, shikoshi. Shikoshi takai. Okay. Shikoshi takai desu ne. Fair enough. This coffee is a bit expensive, isn't it? That's a reasonable question.
じゃあ紅茶を3つください
じゃあ
じゃあお茶を3つくださいじゃあ紅茶を3つください
Oh, kocha.
お茶紅茶じゃあ紅茶を3つください
すみません。アイスクリームを3つください。
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I keep forgetting. We have ice cream. Excuse me. Mitsu. Okay. They had to split up ice cream. Sumimasen. Ice creamを3つください。
あ紅茶を2つください紅茶を3つ
3つ
くださいあ紅茶を2つください
Oh, 2つ
2つ
2つアイスクリームを2つアイスクリームを2つください。
アイスクリームを2つください。
紅茶を4つください。
お茶いや、お茶
紅茶
を
4つください。紅茶を4つください。
4つください。Kinda just flies by me most of the time. So, そのサラダは少し大きいですね。そのサラダは少し大きいですね。
この、その、
サラダ サラダは少し
少し大きい
ですね。
ですね。
That phrase, though, it's small, isn't it? If it said it's a bit small, isn't it? Okay. Okay. 小さいですね。Yeah. 小さいですね。
ですね。
Introducing the Duolingo Family Plan. Encourage all your favorite people to learn a language with unlimited hearts, no ads, and more to help them learn fast. Add anyone to your plan. Your family, your friends, anyone. Save together, learn together with the Duolingo Family Plan.
Put in the old people. It's not the entire cast. I demand a new ad. I need an ad refresh. Alright. Review. Let's go. Jusu. Hitotsu kudasai. How did I get this wrong? Oh. Jusu. Oh, Hitotsu kudasai. Good to know.
ジュースを一つください。
I mixed up lively. So lively is nikiyaka. So このレストランはにぎやかですね。
ですね。
天ぷらは100円ですか？
Ooh, cost. ですか is tempura. a bit yen. 100 円ですか？
この天ぷらは200円です。
Okay. この天ぷらは200円です。
この天ぷらは200円です。この天ぷらは200円です。
そのサラダは少し大きいですね。
少し、right? 少し大きいですね。That salad 大きい？少し大きい。Yeah. That salad is a bit big. ですね。
ラーメン定食を4つください。
ラーメンを4つください。maybe?
ラーメンを4つください。ラーメン定食を4つください。ラーメン定食を4つください。
Wait.
ラーメン定食を4つください。
What?
ラーメン定食を4つください。 ラーメン定食を4つください。
Oh,
定食ラーメン定食を4つください。
I'm like, why does that sound? Yeah, I missed the 定食を。
天ぷら定食を4つください。
That was like a mind block. Tempura teishoku. Okay. Tempura teishoku. を4つください。Okay.
紅茶を4つください。紅茶を紅茶を4つください。
Ah, man.
4つ
I'm just not
ください。
hearing these parts.
アイスクリームを2つください。
Okay. Hatsu. 2 ice creams.
すみません、カレー定食はいくらですか？
Okay. すみません、カレーはいくら
ですか？
Wait, I'm missing something.
すみません、カレー定食はいくらですか？すみません、カレー定食はいくらですか？定食
I keep missing 定食 too.
すみません、カレー定食はいくらですか？
This is gonna be rough. Okay. ラーメン定食を4つください。
ラーメン
定食
を
4
4
つ
つください。
うどん定食を1つください。
うどん定食を1つください。
Okay, that review was okay. Nope. Let's keep going. Where are we here? Udon kudasai? Okay, sure. We're scaling back again.
Udon.
Right? Because we're at the beginning of a new set. Udon o kudasai.
ください。
そのレストランは高いですか？そのレストランはそのレストランは高いですか？
高いですか？
高いですか？
Yeah, reasonable. すみません、うどんをください。
すみません。うどんをください。
すみません、コーヒーをください。すみません、コーヒーをください。
このレストランはにぎやかですね。
このレストランはにぎやかですね。
すみません、ラーメンをください。すみません、ラーメンをください。
I just said this. Oh no, it's nice. Oh, let's practice that. このレストランはいいですね。
このレストランは いい。で、ね。うどんは400円です。
Okay, try this. Udon wa go 100円ですか？
うどんは500円
N. Oops, I might have forgotten N.
ですか？
So, うどんは500円ですか？ Oh, no, I did say N.
この天ぷらをください。この天ぷらをください。
Okay, moving right along. That restaurant expensive. Let's try this. So, そのレストランは expensive ですか？高い。そのレストランは高いですか？
レストラン
は高いですか？Oh, I missed Sono. Oh my gosh, I just heckin' just leaped over
天ぷ
Sono.
らは100円ですか？天ぷらは100円ですか？は
Feels bad, man.
天ぷらは100円ですか？ 100円ですか？
ラーメン定食はいくらですか？
Okay.
この天ぷらは200円です。この天ぷらはちょっと
Just kidding.
は200円です。この天ぷらは200円です。
カレー定食はいくらですか？
カレー定食? Yeah, カレー定食。
天ぷら定食はいくらですか？
天ぷら定食はいくらですか? Ooh, after hearing that, it's not too bad anymore. 天ぷら定食はいくらですか? Oh, that doesn't sound too bad. いくらはいくらですか? Or
寿司定食はいくらですか？
寿司定食はいくらですか? Oh. Okay. And then what did I mess up here? Oh, I totally just dropped the sono. そのレストランそのレストランは高いですか？
レストランは高い
ですか？
ですか？
Oh, right. 水。
水。
水。Man. すみません、水ください。
すみません。水
をください。
ください。
And I'm gonna drop that O.
水水
じゃあ、ケーキを、じゃあ、ケーキをください。
ケーキをください。あ、コーヒーをください。
じゃあ、水をください。じゃあ、水をください。
ラーメンを一つください。
あ、Oh, you little buttheads. Oh my gosh. That's a butthead move, man. That is a butthead move.
お茶。お。
That's such a butthead move.
じゃあ、コーヒーをください。
あ、カレーをください。カレーをください。
あ、お茶をください。
コーヒーを2つください。お2つください。
8水中山日本7時
Always throwing in that shichiji.
水を
2つ
2つください。
うどん定食を1つください。
ジュースを2つください。ジュースを2つ。弁当ください。ジュースを2つください。
ジュースを1つください。ジュースを1つください。
I'm sharpening my ears around 2 or 3 phrases
ラー
right
メンを
now.
一つください。
Hey? One hard is too hard is not good enough. Let's go and
日本は小さいです。
カナダ人です。
okay.
小さい。
これはイギリスです。
いいえ、アメリカ人です。
いいえ、ブラジル人です。
イギリス、
ブラジル人。
これは日本です。
これはカナダです。
Oops. Oh, I forgot the ka. Whoops. Okay. That was the first time I typed Oki the way they're typing at the moment. Or they're showing it. Oops. Ah! Okay. Okay. Alright, 3 hearts is good to go. Let's go!
コーヒーをください。
Okay.
コーヒー。お。弁当、ください。
Just kidding.
コーヒーをください。
水をください。
Okay. I mean, technically,
ください。
it's either, right?
すみません、コーヒーを3つください。すみません、コーヒーをください。すみません、コーヒーを3つください。3つ。
See, I missed that again. I missed mitsu.
天ぷらをください。
Okay. Just gotta make sure I can hear it.
ケーキをください。
Okay.
ケーキをください。
じゃあ、
おにぎりおにぎりを4つください。
おにぎりを4つください。
おにぎりを3つください。おにぎりを3つください。
ケーキをください。
ケーキをください。
すみません、おにぎりを2つください。
1つ。おにぎりを3つください。
おにぎりを3つください。
じゃあおにぎりを4つください。
3つを4つください。
水を4つください。
じゃあ、お茶を3つください。じゃあ、お茶を 3つください。
Really hyper focused on this right now.
すみません。
すみません。すみません。おにぎりを一つ、二つください。ください。
おにぎりを2つください。
うどん定食を3つください。
Okay. Heard that as well. Okay. 天ぷら定食。天ぷら定食を4つください。
定食、天ぷらを定食を3つ、4つください。
ラーメン定食を4つください。ラーメン定食を4つください。Hey. Up and away, Adam. Let's go.
大きい。で、ね。
大きい。
え？
大きい。大きい。
味噌汁はどうですか？
味噌汁味噌汁は大きいですか？
味噌汁はどうですか？
どうですか？味噌汁はどうですか？ Sure.
味噌汁はどうですか？
このピザは大きいですね。
Pizza is big. Okay. Try this. サラダを3つください。
サラダを3つください。
このそばはとても美味しいです。
This soba. Soba is very tasty. 味噌汁はどうですか？
味噌汁はどうですか？
このおにぎりは大きいですね。
ナオミさん、味噌汁はどうですか？
ナオミさん。
ナオミさん。味噌汁はどうですか？
味噌汁はどうですか？
すみません、サラダを1つください。
I think I heard it.
すみません。
すみません。サラダを1つください。is what I heard. We'll see.
サラダを1つください。
12。
父。
大きい。
水。
10。
10。
Okay, let's try this. このそばは高いですね。Yeah.
このそばは高いですね。
あ、サラダを2つください。
サラダを2つ
ください。あ、サラダを2つください。
このそばは高いですね。
そば。このそばは高い。Let's try this. このピザは大きいですね。
このピザは大きいですね。
アナさん、味噌汁どうですか？味噌汁はどうですか？
花さん、味噌汁はどうですか？
Okay. Up and away.
小さい
この天ぷらは小さいですね。この
天ぷら
は小さいですね。この天ぷらは小さいですね。
小さいですね。
小さいですね。
少し高いですね。
少し。I heard 少し。Wait.
少し高いですね。
高い。少し高いですね。
少し高いですね。
アイスコーヒーはどうですか？
Okay. Let's try this. じゃあ、アイスクリーム。Okay. Actually, let me see the breakdown of this. アイスクリーム。Okay, yeah. アイスクリーム。Okay. じゃあ、アイスクリームは、4つください。じゃあ、アイスクリームを4つください。
じゃあアイスクリームを4つください。
ナオミさん、アイスコーヒーはどうですか？
ナオミ？Okay. So, この天ぷらは小さいですね。この天ぷらは小さいですね。
この天ぷらは小さいですね。
田中さん、アイスコーヒーはどうですか？
じゃあ、紅茶を Tatsu. Hitatsu. Hitotsu. Hitotsu. So, じゃあ、紅茶を一つください。
じゃあ、
紅茶
紅茶を一つください。
じゃあアイスクリームを4つください。
そのサラダは少し大きいですね。そのサラダねは大きいですね。そのサラダは少し大きいですね。
少し大きいですね。
すみません、紅茶を3つください。
あ、紅茶を2つください。
紅茶
を2つください。あ、紅茶を2つください。
Quickly. Okay. すみません。アイスクリームを3つください。
すみません。アイスクリームを3つください。
It's a big isn't it? 少し大きいですね。
少し大きいですね。
Review. Let's go.
ラーメンを1つください。
How did I mess this up? Oh, yeah, it was floral ramen. Yeah. How did I mess this one up? Oh, I missed the sore. Sono. Sono restaurantは高いですか？
そのレストランは
高い
ですか？じゃあカレー定食を3つください。
Whoops. I can't. Why can I not click on this? Okay.
すみません。アイスクリームを3つください。すみません。アイスクリームを3つください。
I'm pretty hyper focused on hearing those two phrases
天
now.
ぷら定食を4つください。
うどん定食を1つください。うどん定食を2つください。
Oh, it's hitotsu. Dang it.
天ぷらは100円ですか？
I thought in my head and I totally clicked on the wrong thing. Feels bad, man. Anyway. It kind of shocks me whenever I think I have the right one and then it comes out incorrect. Man. Wait, what's happening? Tempura wa 100円ですか?
この天ぷらは200円です。
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 Okay.
この天ぷらは200円です。
Okay. うどん定食を一つください。一つください。Okay.
うどん定食を一つください。
ラーメン定食を4つください。ラーメン定食を4つください。ラーメン定食を4つください。定食ラーメン定食を4つください。4つください。
That was a little bit hard to hear for me right there. うどん定食を2つください。
うどん定食を2つですください。
ラーメン定食を4つください。4つください。
ラーメン定食を4つください。
うどん定食を1つください。
This was 一つ。
うどん定食を1つください。
そう、
うどん定食を1つください。うどん定食を1つください。
Introducing the Duolingo Family Plan. Encourage all your favorite people to learn a language with unlimited hearts, no ads, and more to help them learn fast. Add anyone to your plan. Your family, your friends, anyone. Save together, learn together with the Duolingo Family Plan.
Alright. Let's do this.
Necktie.
空港。いくら財布。円。
天ぷら。
青い。ダサい。ニュース。
よく。
服。
本。
サラダ。
このかっこいいジャケットは6000円です。このジャケットは6000円です。このかっこいいジャケットは6000円です。
このかっこいいジャケットは6000円です。
このかっこいいジャケットは6000円です。私、古い。
ニュース。
よく。財布。
すみません。すみません。この古いドラスは how much? Oh, ドラスはいくらですか？
すみません。この
白い
黒い、
はい、黒いドレス
はいくら
ですか？
すみません、カレー定食はいくらですか？すみません、カレー定食はいくらですか？すみません、カレー定食はいくらですか？
いくらですか？ Yep. Okay. うどん定食を2つください。
うどん定食を1つ
ください。
ください。
姉の可愛い T シャツが欲しいです。
姉の
姉。
いや、姉のWow. Nga hoshi desu. I want my older sister's kawaii tetsetsu cute t-shirt. Ken's new wallet is nice, isn't it? Kensan no Atarashi Saifu wa ii desu ne. Right.
Ken san no
Atarashi
新しい財布
Saifu
はいいしね
Oops. Shine.
です。
Sorry.
ね
Shine.
あの財布は1000円ですか？
That's so unintentional. 財布は1000円ですか？ Okay. Is that wallet 100 no 1000 yen? I forgot over there. That wallet over there 1000 yen.
高い帽子はちょっと。
高いは wait 高いはちょっと really?
高い帽子はちょっと。
Oh 帽子高い帽子はちょっと。
帽子はちょっと。高い帽子はちょっと。
すみません、これは100円ですか？
Excuse me, これは100円ですか？ Is this 100 yen? We did it! Well, now that's interesting. That's a wow. Oh, and section 6 is just daily refresh. Oh, that's interesting. So they do go back when you get to section 6. Daily refresh. Ah. Ah. What happens when you click review? Oh, it just goes back. Okay. Fair enough. Nice. Okay. Wait. How do I go back to... Wait. How do I go back to that other screen? Oh. Oh, here it is. Yo. Wow, these are cute too. Explorer, Traveler, Trailblazer, Champion, and Daily Refresh. Okay, so they do actually eventually go back. I'm guessing this is what the daily refresh is. It doesn't have the number of units, right? It doesn't say the number of units. So it's technically 5 and review. So I guess that kind of sort of answers some of the questions. I don't know if they're going to blend all the sections together. If they blend all the sections together, then we already have our answer. When the thing that me and Indy was talking about earlier today, if they're going to go back and blend it all together. Whether it's the best or a different best or better or worse way of expressing something, they still go back and introduce different ways of expressing the same thing, or similar or different approaches, so you can decide on your own what's the most comfortable way, even though we know that in Japanese there are very appropriate ways to say certain things, for sure, when you go to Japan, right? Or if we're talking about natives. Anyways, all right, we can finally start tomorrow off with a review. It's going to be like this, right? What does see details mean? Oh, interesting. Grammar concepts. So there's a slight, okay, so there's a slight grammar concepts point. Word order. Oh, these are the tips that came way before. In Japanese, the verb usually comes at the end of sentence. Omitting subjects in Japanese is common to omit the subject of a sentence. A statement without a subject is generally understood to be about the speaker. Yeah, fair enough. A question without a subject is usually understood to be a question about the listener. I see. I don't remember seeing this. It might have been well before. Particles. Oh, they don't cover all the particles. In Japanese, particles are small words that connect different parts of a sentence. For example, wa often marks the topic, which is what a sentence is mainly talking about. Right, the topic. I'm gonna say it's a little bit more expansive than that, but good enough for a starting point, right? Wa is showing equivalence between two things. The topic could be expanded between the object and the subject. And then the subject can be part of the topic. So it could be the topic's subject that is being equivocated to the object of the predicate, right? So technically yes and no, I guess, which I notice anyways. And then another example is, yeah, no, which is the possessive, the possession. Honorifics, of course, right? What other grammar concepts have they placed? I suppose they could have expanded on particles that they were introduced. So we had a bunch. Wa no ni. Specifically ni, because they had a specific part regarding the time. So telling time. Ni might have been a nice placement in here. But generally speaking, these are grammar concepts. So particles, everything would filter under particles. I guess what they would do for this section is to possibly increase the number of examples. Word order? And they increase the word order from unit 1. I don't think so. I think this is as far as word order goes, right? Yeah, they stuck to this format in unit 1. This is as elaborate as the word order goes. Although they could make mention of interjections, where interjections go, because they did introduce interjections. So word order, technically, yes, verb come at the end, but they could highlight what would constitute as the subject, topic, object, and interjections. Yes, because those are all parts of word order. And it is very noticeable in unit 1 where certain specific word orders are. Oh, especially when you have fragments. fragments as well. So it would be kind of nice. More examples here that include a lot of the examples from Unit 1 or Section 1 anyways. And omitting subjects. This one's a little ambiguous. I think it requires a little bit more like annotation. It's missing quite a bit of annotation. Just because the subject is not there and it's showing that it's eating, the subject is not the example is not comparing with the subject, the implied subject, and without the implied subject, so that they can differentiate. It's like, okay, but this is without the subject. What you're literally saying is this, as opposed to the translation, so that it can be in line with Section 1's display, because you're actually translating with the subject. And then often the subject is the topic in this case. Every time they did this, they're usually referring to the subject and the relationship between the subject and the object. And so this would be the object of the predicate, and then the subject's implied, right? So it would be nice to have a little bit like a even greater out, or maybe like highlight this is not there, like just to give a visual presentation. Because technically this tooltip, this type of representation literally does not show up. Like it doesn't literally, you don't literally translate eat apple. Unfortunately, that's kind of a limitation. That's just a loss in translation kind of thing. Or a quirk of the two writing systems. Particles, again, more examples, because including all the examples that you have in Section 1 would be nice. So a really big one is ni. Ni is definitely missing. No is used quite a lot, and of course, wa. And less so, at the very end, there was ga, right? You can notice the ga particle. What it means and why it means that is also something to be said. And there are instances where there isn't something, right? When there isn't a particle. There are a few examples of that, and we talked about one of them today, which is the frequency one, the mai, with the stem mai. So like mainichi, maiban, and maiasa, right? So they could add that because it technically occurred in Section 1. I think
Naomi-san wa sakkar o shimasu.
Thanks, Duolingo. I think this part, having one example of all the core vocabulary, will allow this section. It's a TLC section that is not really, it's just nice to have. So having serve more than one function. So yes, they're grammar concepts, but it's nice to stack all the categorical vocabulary into this as examples. And it wouldn't be too much of a hoop. Like it's more info, right? So having categorical examples of each of these grammar concepts, kind of nice. It allows you to see the pattern, as opposed to having one example in isolation and then another example in isolation. You can't actually see the pattern, even if the grammar concepts are not introduced, aren't introduced formally, right? And in honorifics, that's fair enough. What other concepts were there that you can pick up on observation? Attributive form. So attributive form is missing on this grammar concept, and they definitely do it a couple times. Actually, let me see if any of these examples use attributive form. They do not. So there are no attributive form examples. Basically, something like if Naomi, I don't know, Naomi soccer plays, right? You could say Naomi. Oh no, that's not helpful. Let's use Ken, right? Ken Apple eats. You could say King Big Apple eats. Ken Big Apple eats, or Ken Small Apple eats. That's adjectives in attributive form. That would be very, very close at home, and it's more like an adverb. right? It's more like an adverb. So there are ways to increase the comprehensiveness, the summary, essential phrases, and simple grammar. I guess they do write simple grammar concept. Attributive form is definitely something that may end up tripping up people in the future if it's not identified here. We'll see though. We'll see. We finally made it to section 2. Honestly, I was thinking it's going to take me a month to get to section 2. So we'll review next time. Next time when we come back, we will review as much as we can. That means covering all of hiragana at least once, all of katakana once, every single kanji term, and then just briefly, I have a way to organize all my thoughts, but it won't be comprehensive, just a review. Whatever sticks out. And hopefully get like 1 or 2 lessons in section 2. Section 2, I hope it changes up everything. Let's look at the details of section 2. Demonstratives. I did notice demonstratives already, right? That's this, that, these, those. This, that, these, those. That over there, like positional. So demonstratives we're very used to. In fact, I think demonstratives go in section 1. Because totally forgot about demonstrative. You have sono, kono, kore, sore, sorera, korera. So those are demonstratives. So that still actually kind of belongs in section 1, but I'm guessing they're going to go a little harder on using different demonstratives. Verbs. Are we talking about conjugation now? Don't change much, but they do change for other aspects. Yeah, so conjugation, past tense, and then negation, right? Right. And we haven't seen any of that. So they largely avoided talking about negation or past events, which I typically 60 to 70% of my dialogue involves saying things in the past as opposed to the present, because I'm largely explaining things. But doing things in the present is kind of okay. And then negation, I don't use negation too much. However, it is nice to use negation every once in a while for emphasis. So we'll see what functionality Japanese have for that, I suppose. As much as I want to talk like a Japanese person, I kind of want to talk like a Japanese person with the consideration of an English cultured person. So like an American cultured person. So I personally wouldn't want to use negation too often, because I want the dialogue and stuff to reflect me as a person. And I do not particularly, which I'm doing right now, I'm fond of affirmative, as opposed to say I'm not fond of negation, right? That's being not fond of something negative. So alternatively, you could say I'm fond of being positive. Okay, and adjectives. Is this the one where they start talking about attributive form? Yes. Na adjectives and e adjectives, right, at the beginning and end, or as an attributive form and a part of the predicate. So they are going to go through that. We're already talking about most of these things. And then family, which haha and chi was actually in section 1, so that's kind of weird. And then the terms for others end with, oh, okay. To contrast, I see. So yeah, it's son, of course, son. I've heard this before, right? And then you add o in the front, which is another particle that only showed up once technically, but it's a really subtle one, adding o in front of the subject or the object, adding o in front of the object. There we go. Actually, that's a lot of excitement to look forward to. It's still a little bit slower than I think, even with the summary section. I know quite a bit now. I would say fundamentally at the moment, because Duolingo, I see a bunch of things which I'll go over tomorrow or the next day. Some of the stuff that Duolingo doesn't bootstrap or lack, I've already filled in the gaps. So technically, my competency is a little bit higher than where I am actually in Duolingo, which is perfectly fine, as Duolingo continues to reinforce all the things that if I have any gaps in my knowledge, they will continue to reinforce that, right? I clearly have a lot of gaps in my knowledge when it comes to bootstrapping through hiragana and katakana. Like Duolingo, when you're doing these exercises, you're not actually writing the hiragana, katakana, and kanji. Although the kanji part is fantastic because they're keeping track of the kanji, which you can literally practice writing on. So I think each day I might actually start off with doing this structure right here, hiragana practice, and then this katakana practice. I'll have to time myself how long it takes. I'll probably set up a spreadsheet or like a template on a art program, which is Krita, my art program of choice, to do this. And then I will practice literally writing, because I have to put in the time to write. Writing has fallen really, really far behind. It's expected. It's very expected. I used to be a writing dominant person when I was a kid because I sucked at talking to people, sucked at communicating, or didn't want to communicate. Now I completely rely on my ears and communication orally over writing. In fact, I think my English writing really sucks too. It's gotten much worse than my speaking. My English speaking is quite predominant over writing. It also goes with the idea that I don't read books, creative writing books, very often anymore. They're all pragmatic books, and pragmatic books really restrict one's vocabulary because they're very often concise and defer to the same type of writing style, very mechanical writing style. Creative writing is where the last level of true, in my opinion, true fluency, or like elevating your fluency. I don't think I'll ever reach that in Japanese. So I'm probably just going to focus on mechanical stuff. At some point, we're going to add a news section. So I'm going to take excerpts from like Japanese news page or something, and I'm going to attempt to see what I can read from it. Maybe a small exercise here and there to add, because Duolingo does not have that, which is not yet anyways. I was told the story starts in section 2. There might be stories, but excerpt localization where the context goes beyond one sentence is very helpful in this case, because you can actually get the idea of something without identically word for word understanding each word. Generally speaking, that's, in my opinion, a less effective way for anyone who doesn't have an eidetic memory. So the smarter and intellectual you are, perhaps that will work if you read every single word and process and know every single word, and you don't move on until you know every single word. That's for those who are incredibly mechanical in that way. But in general, I would say the average person would get the gist of the idea, and then they build on that gist until they comprehensively understand the entire paragraph. So hopefully those story pieces are large enough for me to really get into that. And I really hope they continue to generate stories. I mean, they have a group that works on AI, generative AI content already. You very much could generatively create stories with prompts and train several the AI models to spit out prompts, and then have a person who's skilled, and maybe 2 people for each prompt, to curate for accuracy, right? And that would generate a whole slew of content, and it's already been done to some extent on their Max service. On Duolingo Max service, they've already integrated GPT-4 as a way to stimulate active conversation through prompts, which I'll probably just do myself with GPT, or it's probably gonna be like GPT 5 or 6 by the time I get through this. Anyways, some thoughts, some things. I finished quite a lot quicker than I thought, because now I'm this end of the day I was doing what I feel most people would do when they focus on progress. They will blitz through here and leave the content behind, which in its own way can make someone feel satisfied. For me, I don't think my comprehension is good enough yet. Like the thing I am lacking most is total recall, and there's so many things I'm gonna forget, and tomorrow is when I'm gonna do it. Tomorrow I'm going to have a review session of what I've gathered, so a lot of it's going to be reliant on total recall as opposed to contextually understanding things. Yeah, I can see why just dragging bubbles and stuff will create a weakness or gap in your knowledge, because it's assisted. All those tools are assisted. Much like using flashcards, by the way. Flashcard is still assisted. It's just, relatively speaking, it's a little bit less assisted. When I feel comprehension is at its greatest is when you're no longer assisted by anything and you're able to constructively create new things, which I can't. I can barely create new sentences without the strict arrangement of words. So asking like things like "do desu ka?" Doko desu ka? Like, they're really strict because that's all I really know. I know them in their particular order so far, which I can see could turn people off if they spent over close to 30 days and get this only this far. And I would say most people would only use a third of the time I did. However, I can see them still getting through all of section 1 in less time, in a third of the time, by blitzing through it. Alright, that's some ending remarks. Thanks for hanging out, thanks for listening. Always feel free to share and discuss your experiences learning languages. Doesn't have to be exclusive to Duolingo. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy. As always, mata ashita. じゃあね。